a digital one up here if you need it. There's a digital one in your Chrome if you need it. Started with a video. Trash is right.
Test one, test one. Test two, test two.
I bring this meeting to order at 7, I have to look at the clock to change it by an hour, 7:19. Right, I like to make sure I keep my own notes for at 7:19. Coming out of closed session. Sorry, I was using my big boomy voice, but it's not enough. Coming out of closed session, item 2.1, anticipated litigation. The motion was to approve the staff recommendation for settlement of $56,000. Thank you. Also, we will be extending our closed session tonight until after the rest of the meeting because we still have some more to discuss and have chosen to continue it tonight, later after the meeting, rather than coming back again tomorrow night. All right. We are actually, Member Lee, would you do us the honor of, oh, we need to do roll call first, don't we? Pardon me. Okay, Ms. Lemus, could we have roll call for open session, please?
Yes. Student Board Member Lee?
Here.
Member Hill?
Here.
Member Aguiano?
Here.
Member Block?
Here.
Member Thomas?
Here.
President Jones?
Here. Thank you, all present. Member Lee, would you do us the honor of leading us in the pledge?
Yes, I'd be so honored. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Meeting practices and information. Just as a reminder tonight, as we have a very full room, the board made agreements, and I will be reading those. We will keep our focus on the best interest of our students. We will work towards that future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. We will respect differences, and we will never dismiss or devalue others. Before we approve the agenda tonight, I would like to ask the board if we can move 10.1, which is Newark Memorial Spotlight Presentation, up after our employee organization. So we'd be moving 10.1 up to just before item 8, public comment. Do I have votes, the board's approval to make that motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion to move item 10.1 up after 7.1.
I'll second that motion.
Could we take a vote, Ms. Lemus? And a roll call vote is just fine.
Student Board Member Lee,
Yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Aguiano,
Yes.
Member Block,
Yes.
Vice President Thomas,
Yes.
President Jones.
Yes. All right, that passes with 6 yes. Thank you. Sorry, I am, once again, taking my notes. Student reports. Member Joy.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and Newark community. To provide a brief recap on the last 2 weeks, Newark Memorial High School had our second semester club rush where around 22 clubs were able to participate. At the Judy Ryder Memorial Competition, 3 of our Newark Memorial High School girls wrestling team placed first. Malaya Sal, Sophia McCloy, and Gianna Hernandez, congratulations. At the varsity boys basketball game last Friday, not only did they secure a win, but our cheerleaders and our elementary Cougar Cubs were able to perform at halftime. Thank you to everyone that came and supported our cheerleading team and our little Cubs. The boys basketball game also won their game, by the way. And our boys and girls soccer teams have been killing it on the fields and would like to extend a thanks to the Silliman Center for letting us use their fields. This past Saturday, our Interact Club was able to partner with the Newark Rotary at the annual crab feed, where we had a great time serving crabs. Today was the Newark Memorial High School Art Fair, which was organized by our art teacher, Mr. Normoyle, and the art class and was held in the library. There were many different art forms from photography to fine art, delectable finger foods prepared by our culinary class, and a performance by band. And yesterday, President Jones and Vice President Thomas was able to come to meet with our prospective student board members, and it was a great time where we were able to discuss and meet each other. And I will now share a couple of upcoming events. So if you would like to mark your calendars, now's the time. This Friday, there will be a food fair at the high school during lunchtime, providing clubs an opportunity to raise money by selling food to our students. To provide a peek of this food being sold, there will be In-N-Out, elotes, and Shirley Temples. And with winter sports coming to an end and senior nights fast approaching, spring sports orientation will be held in the old gym from 5 to 7 p.m. with sports like baseball, softball, badminton, track and field, girls lacrosse, swimming, boys tennis, boys volleyball, and boys golf. So if you would like to sign up your kid, please come. And our ASB class is currently selling Valentine grams, a rose and a bear, which would be delivered to the students on February 14th. Our next in-person sale will be happening at the Friday Spring Sports Orientation, so please show up, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Member Joy. That's wonderful. Okay, we are going to move on to employee organizations. NTA. Ms. Villa, you are up.
All right, good evening. For a second time, my name is Sherry Villa, and I'm president of our Newark Teachers Association. All right. Clearly, many site admin and district admin have come and gone. We've had school board members that have come and gone also. The administration school board is not the heart of our district. These teachers, especially the teachers who have been with NUSD, who have stayed with NUSD, they are the heart of this district. The chaos that I have seen firsthand with my own eyes in this district office day after day for many years, our teachers are the ones who keep that chaos out of the classroom. Going back to the beginning of the school year, we're talking about relationships, building relationships. when you make executive decisions, that's not a relationship with our teachers. When you balance your budget on the backs of our employees, both NTA and CSEA, that's not a relationship. When you say, when we're talking about negotiations, when the message is, if you want a salary increase, then we have to increase class sizes, that's not a relationship. Heartbreaking as it was to hear last week CSEA members come up and talk about how they can barely put food on their table. Same thing with teachers. Teachers putting money out of their own pocket to get things done day after day. That's not a relationship. So again, your NTA members, all of them, classroom teachers, counselors, the district nurse, our high school librarian, they're the heart of your district. They're holding it down. They're the first contact with these students and these families. So if we're talking about where we should be putting our focus and where we should be putting our resources. Thank you. At one time, our NTA had 34% who lived right here in Newark. 34% of our NTA members. Now, 17%. So I brought up negotiations earlier. Once again, we have fallen to the lowest paying district in our surrounding communities, our surrounding school districts, the lowest paying. I had spoken, I'll end it with, I recently connected with a teacher that left our district and is working in a new district this year. It was her second year when she left Newark for a different school district. And the first thing that she said out of her mouth was, I didn't know teaching could be like this. She was ready to give up teaching. She thought she went the wrong career path, but the first thing out of her mouth was, I never knew teaching could be like this. So that's real. That's real for our teachers. Teaching shouldn't be like this. Being a counselor shouldn't be like this. And it's going to be up to you, all of you. In each one of your campaign messages, all of you said competitive wages for our people. So are you going to live up to that promise? Because that's what it was. You support us, we promise you we're going to give you competitive wages. So it's on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villa.
All right, good evening, trustees, executive cabinet, staff, community members. I stand before you again tonight proudly representing the 186 classified employees of CSEA Chapter 208. Why do we continue to cut the essential staff needed to run this district, but continue to tell the very same staff that they are respected and valued? How do such actions put our students, families, and the community first? The students of Newark Unified need a strong board of trustees to support student needs, which starts with fully staffing schools, classrooms, and support staff to meet these needs. For the past several years, staff has been cut to the bone, and we started this year with revolving staff to cover classrooms for weeks and months at a time. This has been going on for a couple of years, actually. This is unacceptable. The proposed cuts for non-management classified staff will make very little difference to the bottom line of the proposed budget. The cost of the 1% for our bargaining unit is actually less than $120,000. Some of the proposed reductions must first be bargained with CSEA before the district can move forward with any proposed cost savings. This board and administration need to look at the top salaries and how much it is paid for ineffective and incompetent management that continues to be hired, instead of investing in the experienced staff we currently have and promoting Now, let me back that up. Staff currently have in promoting within or providing training for them to excel in the areas of expertise. As I've stated before, this has been an ongoing issue here in New York Unified. The board and leadership continue to enrich management with money you claim the district doesn't have. The district continues to hire outside consultants to help the positions that have been previously laid off by the district. If there was no need, then why are they being hired to do this work? Please do not tell our staff and this community that you are saving the district money because the actual reality is very different. New York Unified needs to learn how to manage its finances properly because the district cannot continue to run this way year after year. Every year, there are recommendations for reductions, and every year, these so-called needed reductions focus on the same budget areas, making staffing realities worse the following year. How is this the rank and file staff's fault? Why must classified staff suffer for administration's mismanagement? As a reminder to the board and executive cabinet, the appointment of the interim superintendent was made to allow the district to do a thorough search for a permanent superintendent that would fit with Newark's mission and goals at a more appropriate time of the year. This search for the permanent superintendent should begin immediately. Should have already started. This board of education was elected to make good decisions and hire a solid, trustworthy education student-focused superintendent. If this does not happen soon, this district will continue to run it into the ground with the overspending on consultants, interim appointments, revolving administrators, and principals who are not working towards the best interests of our New York community. Again, wasteful spending. We need to find a way to retain our staff and our students and community families before it's too late. Staff, students, and families are being lost to neighboring districts, and will continue to be lost without immediate changes. Again, New York Unified School Board members and executive cabinet, I ask, explore other fair share, not full share solutions that minimize impact on students and staff alike. Start with the overpaid, unqualified management and inexpensive, unnecessary consultants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hubbard. Do we have anyone from NUMA here tonight? Okay, thank you. At this time, we are going to move to 10.1, Newark Memorial Spotlight. Good evening, Mr. Murphy.
Hey, good evening. Alrighty. Good evening, honorable board members, Superintendent Vicar, assistant superintendents. My name is Mike Murphy, and I am the principal of Newark Memorial High School. Your administration shares a combined total of 89 years of educational experience. The photos above show you how we looked in high school. Terry Ann Condi and I have been there for 3 years. Bernie Flores, this is his first year. A lot has... That sort of stinks. Okay. Sorry. It worked before. Oh, it's on this one, not this one? All right, I'll do manual. It's all good. I got it. It's all good. Like that. You sure? All right. As you tell the kids, I joke around. I say this is as good as it gets. This is public school. So, all right. All right, Joy, I'm just going to warn you here. You're thinking about going to school and stuff. This is what education does to you, okay? So, look what I used to look like. All right.
That's awesome.
Yeah, what the hell happened? Yeah. All right. Okay, so going back to this, Terry Conde and I have been there for 3 years now. Bernie Flores has been there. This is his first year. Ironically, as I'm putting together the WASC, I'm the 23rd principal in 21 years. Your typical assistant principal has been there for about 1 year at a time. So Terry and I were sort of been there for a little bit. Bernie is his first go. A lot has changed since we've arrived, both academically and behaviorally for both students and staff. When we arrived, there was a lack of school pride, apathy, and a lack of connection. I'm just going to go through the slides and give you the rundown of where we're at academically. The next two slides are about our advanced placement results. Greater number of students are taking AP exams now more than ever because of access is being made for students to access rigorous college classes. Please note that although the scores are slightly lower, this most recent year, there's a greater number of students taking the exams. As you have more people taking the exams, you're going to have multiple regression, where you're going to back off a little bit. Now, please note that roughly 50% of the student body enrolls in at least one AP course at Newark Memorial High School. This chart reflects the percentage of students who take the exam and pass. And if a student receives a 3 or greater, it is considered a passing rate. Here's your current California dashboard with how we look. I want to note that when we arrived, it was very dismal. It was all yellow and red. Today, everything is green with the exception of English language learners and math. We're making great strides. We're moving in a pretty strong direction. Additionally, as noted earlier, we continue to grow. Something we brought back to Newark Memorial is the PSAT and the SAT. Here you see, this is the second year we've offered the PSATs in recent years. Above reflects our students who outperform students across the state and the United States inclusively. We're the only school, from my understanding, that offers the PSAT. And I believe that only because people would bug us to try to sneak their kids in. It's in-house. This is the only option. If your kid goes to Newark, they can take the PSAT through us. The SAT, and granted, now I want to please note this. See, 32 kids took the SAT this fall. Let me go back to the one. Those are low numbers. Do consider, though, when COVID came out, and just prior to COVID, colleges were not requiring the SATs and the PSAT. The culture was changing a little bit. You have some Ivy Leagues, you have some other, if you want a scholarship, they're starting to require it again. So we expect that exponentially there's going to be more and more kids taking these exams with us. We'll go back to the SAT. This fall was the first time we introduced the SAT. We will begin offering this every fall and spring for Newark Memorial students. Our scores demonstrate, we've outperformed students across the state and the United States. And again, just like the PSAT, we're the only one that offers it for the kids. Here's your English language arts CAF scores. Since we've been here, we've implemented the following 5 items. 1, assemblies that encourage students to take accountability for their actions and for self-improving themselves and taking ownership of their education. 2, educating stakeholders of the importance of these exams. Be like the test maker, not the test taker. It reduces those anxieties and think about strategically, how can you improve your test scores? How can you come up with as closely as possible flawless execution of your exam? Number 3, designing quarterly benchmarks by department and course. This is something new to Newark Memorial. We've been doing this for a year now, so that it's in its infancy, but it's something that we're going to share with the WASC visiting committee this in the next couple months. Number 4, ensuring teachers have time to plan and analyze data at least 2 times a month. Number 5, working on building capacity among others. I use a lot of Yogi Berra-isms if you're around me a lot, and I just say there's a few things I always say to the kids and the staff. It's like, we work hard, we play hard, we take test scores seriously. Get your business done. You kids, you're here to get a grade. The only good credit is a pass credit. Do your business, do what you need to do, and go crazy, have fun. The above scores up here, they reflect your English language scores. They continue to rise. But I also want to note to you that before we got here, you've had I don't know how long, but there was a relatively long period where your scores at Newark Memorial High School did not meet the 95% threshold for all students taking the test. The last 2 years are the first 2 years that you've had that in recent years. Terry in 22, 23, I was the test coordinator. I was able to score up 97%. Terry was able to get all of them. So she was able to round up all the kids. Notice the scores are going up. They're not going up as high as we would like, but that reflects all the kids in the junior year. Those other ones don't. The highest that they got in 21, 22 is 70%. And in years prior to that, I believe it was more dismal than that. Okay, moving on to the next slide, math. Just similar to the English language arts scores, the numbers continue to rise overall. And although some subgroups have dipped, overall, we're continuing to show that we're gaining growth across the board for our kids at Newark Memorial. The next slides are LPAC. This is what we've been working really hard this year with our English language coordinator, our EL aide, and the counselor that works with the EL students, and just faculty and staff and our ELD teachers. We've purchased the Summative K-12 software program. It's a test prep program to help kids take the LPAC. We've identified our students who are, back in the day we used to call them the bubble kids. They were the ones on the cusp that could go either way, between a 3 and a 4. You want the kids to be a 4. So we would quickly identify those students and work very vigorously and closely with them to help them rise up to the 4 side. Our English language learner counselor and aide work with students weekly during intervention time. They do this religiously with the kids. They're awesome. They have developed some really strong relationships with the kids, and we're very fortunate to have them. Our long-term language learners conversations, we're going to have this in the next couple weeks as they get ready to prepare to take the LPAC. We're going to talk about, what's going to be great about this is we're going to have it in the theater, we're going to do it by grade level, and we're going to have those people who do give the test orally, all those various pieces, and talk to the kids like, these are the things that can get you not doing so well. These are the things that you need to do. These are the things you need to stay away from. It's going to be a test. I call it the Newt Rockney speech, but it's also at the same time, hey, we went for the Gipper, but talk about how this is going to help your life, how is this going to help you be able to get your classes back that you really want to take, all the awesome electives that we can potentially offer. This is to fire up the kids, and quite frankly, it's not what you know how to take the test, it's how to take the test. And if we can reduce that anxiety for the kids, it's going to go a long ways for these kids. Should students reclassify, they're going to be more elective choices for them. And a group that we've started up, it has a different name than it had in the past, is Padres Unidos. This is the first year we've had Padres Unidos. They come, it's a group of parents, they come together, and there's a couple community ladies that come in. We meet monthly. We have meetings where we discuss topics of interest to families. We talk about reclassification. We talk about EL programs. We talk about a myriad of ideas and stuff. But we seek input and participation from them on how we can better serve their students and make people feel connected to the campus. The following are some campus initiatives that we've implemented for this year. Our focus this year has been building pride. This is our school-wide learner outcome. Building capacity is what we hope that students will get connected and take ownership of their education. Through focusing on building school pride, I believe the school should be the next best place to be at home and the happiest place north of Anaheim. Our students are receiving training for this through Challenge Day. We offered Challenge Day last year. We identified about a quarter of the kids took Challenge Day that were freshmen. This year, it was so well received, we've expanded it for all the freshmen. All freshmen will participate in Challenge Day. All students received Resiliency Day training. Was it last week? Joy, what was it, last week? 2 weeks ago? Was it last week? Yeah, it was last week. 2 weeks ago? Yeah, Dee Hankins came out. Really great motivational speaker. Talked to kids about identify where you're at, what are your goals, and how do you want to get there. A lot of stuff, Paulo Freire kind of things. I thought was pretty competitive and press stuff. Really good conversation for the kids to talk about. Where are you at in life? What do you want? How are you going to get there? How can we support you? And through that, we feel that we're going to help all these students be able to develop the connections to the school. Lastly, one other piece we're doing is we're expanding staff through Link Crew. We want to make sure that every single incoming 9th grade student feels, as they transition from the middle school and go to the high school, they feel connected to each other, they feel connected to the staff, and it's going to make a more positive transition from the middle school to the high school. These are some unique programs that we offer here at Newark Memorial. We have a number of unique programs that allow us to holistically work with students. Aside from the list above, when we were, I'll just say it like, here's how I say it. If we have students that come into the office for a variety of reasons, whether it's disciplinary, whether they're having a bad day, whatever it is that's going on, we have sort of a different approach we've developed over time. And what we do is we sit down with the students, have a referral, pick what you want on the referral. We sit down, we look at, I'll just give you an example. I'll sit down with the kid and I'll say, okay, what grade are you in? What's your name? I'll pull up the database system. I'll look at their transcript. I'll look at their current grades. I'll look at their attendance. We talk about how school's going for them. How are they feeling connected? What's working for them? What's not? I haven't even talked about the discipline yet. It's about connecting with the kid. And this is me. And we've got lots of people doing this there. But what comes out of that is we're addressing whatever happened in there. Let's just say it was disciplinary. How is this keeping you from reaching the goal that you want? Do you want to go to college? Do you want to go? You have really strong grades. Have you thought about going to a four-year college? Have you thought about a pathway? Is there a college pathway that you'd like to, a career pathway that you'd like to take? These are the conversations that we have, and then we talk about the discipline. We got to get consequence. We'll give the consequence. Not a problem. But it's about going back to all those models and Yoga Berraisms. You get what you get. You get back what you emphasize, and focus on your business. Get your business done. Do what you need to do, and then go crazy. Have fun at school, but do the real crazy off campus. That's how we do business. The next couple of slides have some photos of the kids. These are some things I was able to scrape up from Ms. Canales. Thank you, Sarah. The food, by the way, I mean, we are so fortunate to have this culinary teacher. It is amazing stuff that he puts together. I'm looking forward for WASP to be able to see what's going to be on the menu for them during lunch. This last slide is for your reference. Newark Memorial's WASP will take place, that's our accreditation, will take place the Sunday through Wednesday when we return from spring break. The list above will provide you with an outline of the end of the year activities at Newark that you are welcome to attend. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Member Hill?
Mr. Murphy, thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for sharing all of the academic information around what's going on at the school, and could definitely see progress, and so congratulations on that. And then also, I think I'd like to speak on behalf of the board. I think I can speak on behalf of the board in saying that just as Schilling brought one of their remarkable students in to talk about her educational journey, I think that the high school has an open invitation to bring any of your kids in who are doing amazing things. And I don't think we even need to have a special agenda item. They can just come and speak in public comment. So.
Very good, we'll do that.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else?
I just want to say thank you for your presentation. Your optimism and your positivity is like really infectious. I feel inspired listening to you talk about all of the really positive things happening at the Memorial campus. One question I did have was about like interim data throughout the year. So I know you mentioned quarterly benchmarks that are starting to be implemented. I was wondering if there's any like other sort of mid-year data that's collected just on like students like basic reading and math skills, so we get an indicator partway through the year about what expectations will be for CASP a few months down the road, and if so, how that data is used.
Yeah. Currently, it's something that we definitely need to look at. We don't offer iReady at the high school because it only goes up to 8th grade Common Core standards for reading and writing, and the personalized pathway does not include writing. It does go up to Algebra 2, but it only goes up to Common Core standards for 8th grade in math as well. So we need to take a look at something of what would be a common formative assessment that would give us real-time data on how students are performing at their grade level.
Awesome, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, the only other thing I'd say is benchmarks. My background was I would work with schools. I went in management when I was 26. I'm 50 now. And I would go in and work with schools to get them out of program improvement before they would be taken over by the state. And so data was something that we used quite often to work with staffs. Newark, started that process before COVID, and it just sort of after, and we're getting back into it. It's a process, but I'm going to say, and I appreciate you. Thank you for the compliment for me, but I have to say I can't. It wouldn't have happened without the students, the staff, and both faculty and staff. So I'm very fortunate where I work. It's you got some really good people that care about kids there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Agwan.
Mr. Murphy, I just want to, as a parent as well, just wanted to say thank you. I do see your presence at the field. I do see your presence outside, always involved. Where the crowd is, you're always around. So really appreciate that. Hats off to you, especially your staff. Your staff is always out there. They go beyond. So really, it's nice to see, and it's really comfortable to have staff out there, especially when you as a parent, you're pretty much busy, right? So you guys are always out there and really just taking care of our young ones. So thank you and great job on all that you guys are doing right now. Really appreciate the efforts of you guys being here, and also all the students that came out to support you with Ms. Lee as well. It's always good to have that voice, and also just to be a part of the community, which really shows, and the efforts are always there. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Member Thomas.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the fact that the dashboard has improved, and I think your efforts to make sure that we have 100% of our students taking the test scores, tests, that speaks volumes, because I don't think we've ever hit 100%. So thank you.
I'll be sure to thank Terry. She was like the kid who wants the $2 for the newspaper. Only $2.
Member Lee.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say thank you so much. Just everything you and your team have been doing at the high school, it truly shows, and and the students can tell the community that you guys have been building over there. It's really great. I also wanted to say thank you it's great to see all the improvements in test scores, especially just echoing my fellow board members, seeing how 100% are getting tested. I did have a question, however, on the mathematics cast on slide 10. Do you think you could just explain a little bit further on what's been happening over the years for math? Because it says 50% hasn't been met, but then for English, we see 20% hasn't been met. Yeah.
Well, I'll say thank you, but remember that was your class that took that test.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say I ain't gonna lie. I mean that campus was like Mad Max from Thunderdome that first year. It was. Most of you guys don't know what I'm talking about. You were a freshman. I mean, you had the eyes in the back of your head and everything, and some of you know what I'm talking about. It was crazy, but it's came down quite a bit. I can't see it. Math is something that we need to work towards. We recognize it. I think probably the best way to put it is the goal is with benchmarks. I mean, look, you weren't even born yet, but basically what we used to do with benchmarks is if whatever the state test had, as long as we were working towards what was on the benchmarks, and if the kids were, as you're describing, if we can ensure that whatever is on that benchmark is going to be aligned to the state test, we can ensure where that student potentially is going to be. I'm going to argue, I've struggled with that for high schools trying to identify a test that gives me that since they've transitioned to the test to the CAST. I'm trying to think the old Stanford test, the CAST. I'm dating myself now, but all those older tests, I could predict where you're going to get, and we'd have those benchmarks that would help us with that. And
Can I also but Joy, I think you all said this last year really eloquently in a board meeting, actually, is that at the high school when 11th graders are being tested, that there's nothing holding that. It's not to their graduation, it's not to their next college or their career path. And so, as Mr. Murphy mentioned, calling kids in, telling they're going to do well, we're bringing them in by grade level, here's what you need to do, here's what you need to do. Please take the test seriously for us because it represents who we are as a district, should help us increase those test scores.
Additionally, can you hear me? Hi everyone, my name is Han Fung. I'm the Director of Teaching and Learning, and I also support secondary. So the math scores that you see is something that as a state across the districts, we're trying to figure it out as well. And so it's not our district alone. And so we are learning from we're just checking in to see if there are other districts that are doing it well, but this is something that is not something that we're facing alone.
One thing I will add lastly on that, what I appreciate about you kids when we took that test, and we'd sit you down and I give you a scream at y'all and stuff like that. The thing that I appreciate about you kids is when you take that test and you submit your EAP, which I don't know what EAP stands for anymore, but it's that you say, I want my scores to go for my English and reading to go to the should you do well, you can avoid having to take an entrance exam to your college. Should you do well, you can avoid having to, if you did poorly and you blew it off because you blew it off, you're gonna have to, guess what, you get to take 6 weeks of summer school for college because they don't think you're prepared to take underwater basket weaving math or whatever. You kids took it, those of you who took it strongly, a lot of you really benefited from that, and I appreciate you listening to me on that one.
Yeah.
Just one follow-up question. I know that a few years back, that at the high school, we were having the students take CASP, like in May or something like that. And I know that at the school where I teach in Cupertino, we actually did it in March. And so did we change the date at all? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
We're doing it in March as well.
Oh, great.
And the reason for this is this. Right now it's the LPAC season.
Yeah.
Next month is CASP. April gets a little wonky because of spring break.
Right.
And then May, you're looking at 2 weeks of AP testing.
Right.
And because we're going to end at the end of May, it's sort of, I'd love to push it to the very end, but it's,
No, but I think it's better. I think it's better to pull it in. I think that one of the challenges we had
Oh,
was it
yeah.
was so late in the semester that wasn't necessarily everybody's focus at that point.
Correct.
So, yeah,
The
that's
kids,
great.
last year was great, and I'm hoping that we'll have the same positive turnout. So fingers crossed, toes crossed.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say once again, like, they've been doing such a great job at the high school. When I entered as a freshman and like now that I'm leaving as a senior, the school has become almost unrecognizable. Like students, like faculty, like obviously there is work to be done, but just the change in the atmosphere and like students just following rules has become so much better. And so I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. I think it's been a team approach, so that's a testament to everybody, teachers, faculty, classified kids.
If I could just weigh in on the math, actually it's a problem across the entire state as our learning director has shared with you. I attended a workshop last week that really talked about a school district that was able to turn around their math scores at the high school level. It was an interesting process that they were using, something I plan on connecting Dr. Murphy with, so he can do some more exploratory along with Han to determine whether or not this might be a program we might want to consider for the future here. They had predominantly low scores. They're actually now kind of leading the pack at the state level. And so to see, the changes that they made and what that looks like, by the way, it's a systemic thing. It doesn't just happen at the high school. Their math program actually starts at the elementary school in getting students engaged. And some of it's just through clubs, playing chess, doing different math games, special math nights, really trying to bring in family engagement that comes with it, right? Moving right into middle school, same thing, continuing those practices, right, that are just habitual. Like you're just constantly doing it. You're playing math games in your head. You're doing it to be competitive. You're doing it to keep your brain kind of on fire. So it was kind of exciting to see some of the strategies that they were using to be able to reconnect kids into math and then also using statistics. The statistics was like a really interesting piece where they were really looking at using sports and how sports were related. And actually it also followed a CTE program that they had that they were using for sports and being able to do sport gaming and taking a look at what does that look like by keeping track of these different statistics that were happening and then actually creating those different algorithms that need to happen and bringing it up all the different levels through it. So I definitely look forward to kind of connecting you with that program. I did get a hold of the person who has been working with the district on this for a number of years to be able to see it. Success in any kind of change that happens takes a couple of years, right, to be able to indoctrinate it. You gotta make sure the teachers have the training that they need. We talked about teachers earlier this evening, when Ms. Villa came up and talked about, making sure that you invest in your teachers. Those are important elements that we really need to make sure that we're really driving in. And that not only are we investing in them, but we're also listening to our teachers. And this is, a discussion I know that I've had with various board members about the importance of hearing from the teachers what it is that they need, right? And making sure that it happens. And so I just kind of wanted to share those elements with you. I think they're important. I think there's some programs out there that are successful. And if there's others, we should be looking at those as well as we, enter into next school year, is to, maybe something that might actually help our students to be able to achieve that, but also help our teachers with whatever the strategies are that they need to do to be able to help keep things engaged.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy.
So as we move into public comment tonight for non-agenda items, I just want to let you know that what comes with a full room is a full list of public comments. So we do have, for non-agenda items, which we will be starting with, we have 8 people who will be speaking on non-agenda items. And I would like to start with Julius Chapman.
All right. Good evening, board and cabinet. I am Julius Chapman, RSP teacher at the high school. I'm also the Newark Teachers Association vice president. So I come here today with a question of asking you, what do you value the most? For me, it's a clear answer. I value Newark students. I've been with this district for the past 8 years, and it's troubled me to know that we have $28 million that could be reallocated to helping with our students. I don't think we should have any of our budget cuts. Now, if we're going to cut positions for teachers, we definitely can't afford that. Newark is struggling as it is. We definitely need to reallocate our funds. One of the major leading contributions is that we need to have more special ed. I've been advocating for 2 program specialists for a while now. The fact that we're going to cut that in half, there isn't enough people that we can ask questions to keep us out of our issues. We definitely need more support, and cutting those types of positions is not helpful. Also, at the high school, it's not good that we're thinking about cutting programs like MCA and Puente, who are bringing kids into our district, and we need to be able to keep those kids so we can keep getting more students to come in. These programs are really amazing for our students, and these are great selling points for our district and the high school. One of the things I'm most concerned with is that we have $2.5 million allocated to future board actions. That's a lot of money. Much more money than it would cost to keep our programs and to have our 11 teachers back, and we could even increase that. So I want to ask you to please reconsider. Also, we need to start putting students first, and in order to put students first, we have to put teachers first also. Thank you.
Robin Kawabata.
Dear board members, welcome tonight, and district administration. I'm Robin Kawabata. I'm a homeowner in Newark. I'm a parent of 3 children. 2 are in in college. They're graduates from Newark Memorial, and I have also one that is a junior at the high school currently. I'm a teacher with over 24 years of teaching experience. I'm a wife of a retired law enforcement officer who subs at Newark High School. Our family cares about this district and community. We are here to stay and are committed. I would like the board and the administration to know that my students are missing out on many of the important programs and experiences that my 3 children had while attending Bunker, Newark Junior High School, and Newark Memorial High School. Our district has continued to cut programs and resources over the past years. We are getting to the bare minimum, which should not be the case since we have an abundance of money in our reserves. My students lost their PE yesterday because there are not enough substitutes in this district choosing to work at Newark. They are choosing to work somewhere else. Our district is turning away retired teachers who want to sub. Our district is turning away current employees who have their college degree and are qualified to sub. Please help me understand why we are allowing students to lose PE when there are substitute teachers available to work and be hired. Our pools of substitutes is large, but they go to other schools because they pay more. It's quite simple. Pay our subs more money so our students do not lose their PE and science classes. Along with at the junior high, how many teachers, and also at the high school, how many teachers have to cover their coworkers' classes. The district constantly says our focus should be on the students, but it's not. When we cannot provide the basics like PE and science, just in case our audience is unaware, when I miss my prep for a Miss PE class, I get paid. And my kids go without PE. So who is losing out? Not me, I get paid. The students are losing out. Instead of paying me, put that money towards paying our substitute teachers more money, and we will not lose them to other school districts. The past few years, I have paid for programs such as ESGI, which is an online assessment program, and Let's Find Out, and our science magazine out of my own money raised through our PTC and our ASB funds. These are programs that have always been paid for by this district. So again, who is losing out because the district is not paying for these programs? It's our current students no longer having these resources. Teachers are leaving our district to work somewhere else because our pay is not competitive. Our classified staff have spoken on several occasions about their low wages, and their voices are strong and unified because they are tired of working in this district and not getting the proper compensation. Recently, I read in the NEA National Educators Association magazine this week that schools in Southern California received an increase for their classified staff to $30 an hour. Newark needs to put more effort and make it a priority to keep our staff here and hire enough teachers to staff our schools with full-time teachers. And how
Ms.
do we do that?
I'm sorry, it
No
is
problem.
time.
And how do we do that? We start this year with making sure that we have staff in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Jones.
Member Hill?
I'm just wondering, from the last speaker, that there was some commentary about turning subs away and not competitive salaries for subs. But I'm wondering if the superintendent could explain a little bit more about that, because I know that we raised the rates for subs, so it's my understanding that we are competitive, and I don't know whether we're turning people away. If we are, that's an issue, but I'd like to just hear more from the superintendent.
So I don't know if I can fully address that answer here right now for you. I'd have to go back and double check on some of the figures and stuff, but I'd be happy to go off and provide you with a report. I did write down the comments. I'm also concerned. I've also heard too that we have a lower sub pay for our entry pay. So I want to go back and take a look at that. I do know that we realigned it, I believe, in 3 different types of sub pay, if I recall, as to what we offer here in our district: the regular pay, the long-term pay, and then I think there's some specialized pay that we also do. But I want to go back and make sure I provide you with accurate accounting of what that looks like.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Mary Alberts. And moving forward, I will give you a 15-second warning because our clock apparently is not working.
Good evening. My name is Mary Alberts. I have been a speech language pathology assistant at NUSD for over 19 years. Over the years, I have seen benefit costs for employees increase and our workloads increase, but our salaries do not increase. At least not enough to keep up with inflation. CSEA members and NTA members carry the physical and mental load of serving our students and are doing so making below average wages for this area. Because of this, NUSD continues to struggle to attract and retain employees. Now we're forced to overspend on contracted personnel. While CSEA and NTA members are earning below average wages, others, such as our executive cabinet members, are making above average wages if you take into consideration the size of this district. Let's compare NUSD, Fremont Unified, and New Haven superintendent salaries. These numbers are taken from Transparent California. Some came from probably 2022 and 23, so the salaries may be lower than this current year. But you'll get the gist of what I'm trying to get at. Fremont Unified has 44 schools and 33,000 students. Their former superintendent made $393,000 per year, which is equivalent to $11.90 per student per year. New Haven has 13 schools and 18,000 students. Their superintendent makes $320,000 a year, which is equivalent to $17.78 per student per year. NUSD has 9 schools and 4,700 students. Our superintendent makes $270,000 a year, which is equivalent to $57.45 per student per year. That's more than 3 times more per student than our neighboring districts. So when this district has many troubles, again, so we're told, look at the overpaid employees, not the underpaid ones. Stop trying to solve our budget issues on the backs of CSEA and NTA.
Thank you, Ms. Alberts. Ms. Couch?
Hi, my name is Leah Couch, and I'm a first grade teacher at BGP. I grew up in Newark. I went to Snow Elementary School. I went to Newark Memorial. I went to Newark Junior High School. I became a teacher here 6 years ago. I was interviewed by my sixth grade teacher. I'm rooted here. I had my first child here. And, excuse me, I've been rooted in Newark. I would like to think that I'm a success story of this town, an alumni that wanted to return and put back into the same community that I grew up in. And instead of feeling like a success story and an important aspect of this district, I feel like a failure because I can't provide the things that my students need. The friends that I went through in the credential program have all told me about their districts, how they have art classes, they have music teachers, they have teacher aides for kids with IEPs, they have districts that support their English language learners, and they get a prep every single day as an elementary school teacher. This district has the money to make me able to succeed, and I can provide these things for my class because of you guys. But you guys have this money. The district is holding me and many other new teachers back. Have you noticed that young teachers don't tend to stick around here? They've all been asking me, why haven't you left yet? And I keep saying that I'm rooted in Newark and I do it for the kids. But what are you doing for the kids?
Thank you, Ms. Couch. Is it Harper Perry?
Good evening, Executive Cabinet, School Board, and student members. My name is Harper Perry, and I'm a fifth grader at Lincoln School. I am here tonight to invite you all to Lincoln's 30th Annual Young Authors Night on February 20th at 6:30 p.m. We will be celebrating all of our Lincoln Young Authors and also announce the winners of this year's contest. This is my fourth year writing a book. We hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Harper. Sammy B.
Hello, I'm Sammy, and I am a MCA alumni from the class of 2020. I am here once again to talk about the discouraging things about MCA that I've heard again. We were promised last year that MCA would not be cut from the budget program, and here we are within a new year with the MCA program being cut. MCA is not only an important program, it's media. It's all forms of media. MCA has opened a lot of doors for a lot of my friends. Friends who are animators, photographers, videographers, amongst a lot of other things. Also people who make music. It's one of the academies that make, in my opinion, the high school what it is. MCA not only helped a lot of students, it still does, but it helped me and a whole bunch of my friends before COVID closed us all down back during 2020. And when COVID hit, it was hard because I couldn't see my friends every day. I couldn't do the things I like to do, which was animation. I couldn't do Photoshop from home. I did not have those things at home. Those are all things I had at school, and so my brother got them for me. But with MCA, it shows you a lot of different areas that you can learn about yourself, but also is very passionate with the teachers that were in it and are in it still. Like Miss Vivian Young, who is not here. She is a very, very important teacher with an MCA, also with the other teachers. They make MCA what it is. It's not just some academy you join for 3 years of high school. You grow as a family, and that's what I had. Even when COVID shut us down, we were still able to text each other on Remind, get our phone numbers, and text each other over the long, long lockdown that kept us inside of the house. With MCA, it helped open a lot of doors, not only for me, but like I said, a few of my other friends who do a lot of stuff within the media world. As we are in the year of 2025, we are in a very media-focused world where not only is animation, production, movies, audio engineering just something you do for fun. You can do it for fun, but people make that their jobs, and that's why I say MCA is very important. This MCA doesn't need to be cut. This is something that not only students from the past, like myself, current students, when they are in it, that's something that they will learn. It's not just something you use one time and forget it. I learned those media skills about 4 years ago, and I still use them every day when I make stuff for my kids at work. And I use it every day, and it's something that keeps you always on your toes. MCA isn't something just to forget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kieran Pramell.
Good evening, members of the board, and my name is Kieran Pramell. I am a teacher at Newark Memorial High School. I have been teaching there. This is my 7th year now. And I have a couple things I would like to say regarding, as you've heard, the issues we're having with budgeting, staffing, and the decisions that the district is continuing to make around them. As James Carville once said, it's the economy, stupid. You have to pay people so that they can feed and cover rent. We heard from our CSEA people last week that there are people earning $18,000 a year here. How can you pay rent? When I look at the seniority list from last year, the vast majority of the people who have been hired and are on that list have been here for less than 7 years. It's because teachers from here continue to leave over and over again for districts that will pay them for the work they do. Not only are we hearing about staffing cuts and custodial cuts, not only are we hearing about program cuts, we've also heard about having to increase our class sizes at the high school. Currently, the contract average is around 31-1 at the high school level for core classes. It is going to go up to 34-1 or so we've heard. When you do a math problem for a moment and you take an hour-long class, and if I'm supposed to make contact with every student, get to know them, build a relationship with them, check in on them, see how they're doing, maybe grade some work, maybe check in on them, maybe teach them something, all of that. If I do that with each and every single student in 1 hour with 31 students, that is less than 2 minutes per student. How is that possible? How are our special ed teachers supposed to cover IEP loads when they have far too many cases to cover as it is? We hear that the budget is supposed to be covered by getting rid of contracted personnel. Many of those contractors, 6 aides and 6 teachers, are in special ed. Are you going to be hiring new people? How are you going to attract them? With what salaries? The salaries no one's willing to be hired for right now? The reason we have to hire long-term subs is because you can't get people to come in. We have quite a few new hires at the high school this year, and a couple of them have turned to me and said, hey, my students have asked me the question, are you coming back? 15 seconds. They keep asking that because they're so used to teachers leaving. Please, think about it.
Thank you. Jackson Hoover.
Good evening, Newark students, staff, faculty, administration, superintendent, community members, and members of the board. My name is Jackson Hoover. I've had the pleasure of teaching in this wonderful school district as a history and social studies educator for the last 3 years. This is my 10th year in the classroom as a public school educator. As you're hopefully well aware, all California high school seniors are required to pass economics in order to graduate high school with a diploma. As part of the economics classes that I've taught in this wonderful district, our students are required to learn about things like deficit spending, budget surpluses, and related issues. In the past, I've used our very own district budget and expenditures figures to build lessons for our students about these topics. It's my grave concern that some of our students may have a better understanding of budget deficits and surpluses than the very people who make the decisions about these budgets. The state requires that our district holds 3% of our annual budget in surplus. Imagine our students' faces when they hear in my class that our district is facing a budget deficit while cutting programs, cutting teachers, full-time positions, while holding a 20% surplus in an untouched fund. How am I supposed to answer my students with a straight face when they ask me how we can be in a deficit with tens of millions of dollars sitting in an account not tied to any necessary expenses? We've been told constantly that the district is committed to providing the best resources available to our students for them to thrive. And I have seen them thrive in our community. From our academic programs run by some of the most incredible consummate professionals that I've ever had the pleasure of working with in my decade-long career, teachers who give their whole soul to this profession for our students to learn and grow, to our arts programs, which have been rebuilt from the ground up in recent years through the hard work of both students and staff, providing them with a creative outlet for personal growth. Resources. Members of the board, respectfully, teachers are those resources. Teachers are the resources that provide an engaging environment for our students to learn and grow. We are the resources that create the structures and the tools for our students to learn. Teachers are the resources that have held this school together, at times seemingly with nothing but chewing gum and paper clips. You speak of providing the best resources to our students while out the other side of your mouth talk of cutting full-time teaching positions. I recognize I'm putting my neck out here admitting that I am drowning in work. There isn't enough time in the week to review, grade, and provide timely feedback for the hundreds, sometimes literal thousands of pages of writing that my students generate on a regular basis, 155 of them every single day. Cutting full-time positions that will result in even larger class sizes than this. There's already talk of maxing out our contractually allowed class sizes next year, but I'm not the one that suffers here. I'm not the one that suffers with overpacked classes. It's our students that suffer under oppressive class sizes. Students who suffer when our staff is so overworked we cannot meet their needs. It is our students that suffer when we cannot provide them with timely, rigorous feedback. Students who suffer when there physically is not enough desks in the classroom.
I'm sorry,
When
we
they
have to call
sit
time.
on the floors because there is not enough room in the classroom for enough desks for those students. Floors that are filthy because our custodial staff is so desperately understaffed that 2 people do not have time to clean
I'm
dozens
sorry,
of
I have to
buildings.
call time. I really am sorry. We do appreciate your passions and your comments, but we do need to be mindful of keeping time, and when time is called, we do need you to stop. We still have 17. We've had 9 speakers. We still have 17 more. 17 more at 3 minutes apiece. We're going to be here a long time. So.
President Jones. If
It would literally be another almost hour.
if I could make a suggestion,
Yes, please, Member Hill.
and that is, if there are people that come up and express a view, and there's other people in line that have maybe 80% of the same commentary, it's
Okay. All right, well, we already realized we were going to be calling for an extended meeting, but if you please can try to keep it as short as possible. We do want to hear what you have to say, but we also do want to be cognizant of going well into the wee hours of the morning, which we probably will be doing. But we would like to keep that as short as possible. So, we are now moving on to public comments on board agenda items. 10.3, I have 13 people who want to speak on this. Please keep your comments as concise as possible. Maria Diaz-Mendola. Actually, you will both have to speak for the 3 minutes apiece. We can't have you double up on.
We asked earlier and we were told we could do that.
That's not correct.
I'm sorry, if you.
I asked Jody because we were told Jody was doing the meeting before.
Yeah, I wasn't asked that.
We were told that that's done in the past, has been done in the past. And Jody said,
I'm sorry.
Jody said that Superintendent Carr knows that is correct.
It's not permitted by our rules.
Okay, so it'll be just the 3 minutes then for the 2 of you.
Apparently. Good evening, Interim Superintendent Backer, Executive Cabinet, Board members, and Student Member Lee. I'm here again tonight speaking on behalf of myself and Maria Diaz-Mendola. We were told on Friday, January 17th, our positions were going before the board at the January 21st meeting, and tonight at the board on the board production presentation to be cut. Our titles are the Software Support Specialist. We handle the Student Information System, also known as Energy, across the district, and also CalPACS reporting, which is reporting data to the state where we get our funding. Back in January 22, there was a JET report, the Joint Ed Tech Review, that went before the board stating the IT department was understaffed. Let me repeat myself. The JET report that was given to the board back in January 22 shows that the IT department was understaffed. There was 2 IT techs, myself, and the IT manager at the time. From the study, we were able to hire Maria back in September 22. Since that study, there were 2 different times that was stated that the IT department was still understaffed. But here we are right now, having the district wanting to cut 2 positions, the IT tech and ours, only to bring back an IT analyst and an SIS CalPADS analyst. If the district thinks by bringing back an SIS analyst position at a higher rate of pay with more responsibility that one person can do the work in 8 hours, then it's highly impossible. Cutting our positions does not only affect the 2 of us. As I stated at the previous board meeting, both Maria and I have been office managers before. Therefore, we do have the right to bump back to an elementary office manager position. While we will still have a job, that will be taking a huge pay cut for the both of us. I don't think any of you on the executive cabinet members would want to take a pay cut, would you? If we were to do this, not only would it affect us, but it would be affecting 2 office managers and possibly an office clerk, a total of 5 people. A lot of detail goes into CalPADS reporting. ADA is very important to the district. If we don't report to CalPADS correctly, we lose money. By having the 2 of us, we're able to do detailed work into CalPADS and Synergy. According to the classified restructure plan, the district will be saving $23,000 after decreasing our 2 positions. An IT tech position, bringing back a position for an IT analyst and an SIS CalPADS analyst, and then increasing 4 positions from 7.5 to 8 hours a day, then a position from 11 months to 12 months. Wouldn't the district want to keep people who know what they're doing in these positions? Newark doesn't seem to appreciate their employees here. I know several previous employees who left and retired because of higher management. In the past several years, Newark has lost several great employees.
That's time, I'm sorry. If Maria wants to finish reading, that's okay. Brian Robinson?
Hi, I'm Brian Robinson. I have lived here my whole life. I work for a nonprofit called Young Life, outreach working with students. I've been doing this for a decade. And when I was in elementary and then into junior high, during the recession in high school, I lost my house and I was homeless living behind the Home Depot in Newark. Stopped going to school, and then by my junior year, found my way back to go to Newark Memorial to see if I can get back in. I didn't have enough credits, so they said you can go to this place called Bridgepoint. And it was there at Bridgepoint where it was a teacher who said, Chico, when you hit rock bottom, there's nowhere else to go but up. And she opened up her class. She stayed early at 6 and went home late at 5 so that I can graduate. And by my senior year, I got to walk that stage and graduate. I heard that with the budget cuts, they were wanting to move Bridgepoint back to the high school. And for 10 years, I've been walking alongside young people and the significance of this intimate setting or place, what Bridgepoint is for so many people. There was a student a couple years ago that when given the chance to go back to the Newark Memorial, said, though I would like to be in a big crowd of other people, it was at Bridgepoint where I got to be the student I always wanted to be. And it was because there were teachers and custodians and people that knew them by name and knew more than just that. When I was younger, it wasn't that I was a bad kid, it was that I had bad circumstances. And it was at a place where teachers got to be with kids and hear that and be there. So having something in a place that's just a little bit further may be a place that can change someone's life forever. There was a stat I just recently heard. It was 2.1 million students dropped out of high school in 2019. 1 in 3 have a mentor, which means 16 million will grow up without ever having guidance from a formal mentor relationship. 95% of young people who have a mentor stay in track in school and engage in positive activities. This was on Old Spice. This is an Old Spice, stat, and that's what their focus is. Though they're just a deodorant or shampoo place, they're focusing on young people and the significance of what it looks like to just be with. And I know that there was a teacher who opened up her space in a place that was not necessarily the high school, but just a little off, so they can be with someone and sat with. And I just know that by being there can be the biggest difference for someone's trajectory to be there forever. Cool.
Thank you so much. City Parks. Okay, no problem. Sarah King.
Good evening, board members and executive cabinet. I come today to ask you to vote against the relocation of Bridgepoint programs back to Memorial High School. I come before you tonight in a very unique perspective. I am a staff member, so I am the school social worker at this Bridgepoint, but I'm also an alum. So as I am a graduate of Bridgepoint High School. Like many Bridgepoint High School students, my high school journey started at Memorial, where Bridgepoint was still on campus at Memorial. By my sophomore year, I was struggling academically and emotionally and was not on the path to graduate. I was even given a reputation, which was the student would never graduate, by the admin staff and the board members at the time. I was also told that my emotional struggles were my own doing and I needed to get over it. Luckily, I have an amazing mother who fought for me to get into another placement that was supported and would fit my needs at the time. When I was told Bridgepoint was my only option, my initial reactions were fear, hopelessness, and anger. Because at the time, I believed that Bridgepoint was still on Memorial's campus. A campus where I was told I would never graduate and I needed to get over it. However, when my mother and I met with the Bridgepoint's principal, it was at the McGregor campus. My reactions changed from fear and anger to hope, curiosity, and excitement. And I would not be returning back to that campus that had caused me so much harm. So I was excited to, not go back to there. Bridgepoint staff and students welcomed me with open arms. And for the first time in months, I felt as though I was able to breathe. The campus was small, inviting, and just what I needed. I felt lucky to have a fresh start. As many as the Bridgepoint students now feel. And the ability to rewrite my story of my high school journey. Bridgepoint's small campus was a perfect place for me to heal and recover, as for many past students and current students feel as well. By the time I graduated, I had overcome the worst emotional challenges and pulled together enough credits to graduate 3 months early and apply to college, which was all because of my small campus and supportive environment that I would never have experienced at Memorial. Through my time at Bridgepoint, at the McGregor campus, I had increased in my motivation and gained the confidence to develop and achieve the life goals I set for myself, such as obtaining a master's degree in counseling. I know now that if not given the opportunity to attend Bridgepoint, I would have not graduated and I would not be standing here telling my story and devoting my life's work to advocating and supporting the needs for the students.
Okay, Sarah, thank you so much, and I'm sorry that you were mistreated. Marissa Aids? Sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong.
It's okay, it's honest, but, hello, good evening. I'm here to speak on behalf of the ROP commitment to Bridgepoint. We have been greenlit for a ton of new equipment on the McGregor campus. We have a professional equipment. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, I am the culinary arts teacher at Bridgepoint. We are giving students an opportunity to learn on real equipment, to learn career paths that do not involve advanced degrees. And the ROP has agreed to a large number of renovations. They'll be installing an oven in the next couple of months that will give our kids a chance to learn on professional equipment and shift from the liability to asset column in the professional workplace. It's a very special environment, and it's only one that can be achieved in an isolated setting. Having the kids moved back to such a large campus where they can't gain the support of all of the staff in the same way as they do at Bridgepoint would be a detriment to the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Evan and Bentley.
Hi, my name is Evan. I enjoy working at Safely because I enjoy doing a lot of work.
So my name is Evangeline. I am Evan's mom. He goes to Bridgepoint. Just as a side note, as I'm sure a lot of people here know, 1 out of 36 children have autism. Evan is a product of Newark Memorial. He's gone to all the different schools. He is now part of the TALL program. He's given the opportunity to go to Safeway, to go to Roundtable. He is one of your students that goes to ROP, Mission Valley ROP. He is able to work part-time. We're very excited the fact that ROP supports that, and there's a small paycheck that goes to Evan every so many months too as well. All of this is because of being in the school district. Bridgepoint was the alternative for us because this lovely young man is not necessarily college bound. His life skills, our goal, we're a whole village in our family, along with our teachers. Mike Sung is an amazing teacher at your Bridgepoint School for the TALL program. Just as a side note, not only does he teach, but about over a month ago, Evan had a grand mal seizure in his classroom. Very scary. Had Mike not known what to do, I don't even know what would have happened. Okay? So you can't teach that, right? You just can't. That kind of compassion from those teacher's aides and from that teacher, that comes from the heart. I'm really here to say you need to keep Bridgepoint open. 1 in 36 children with autism. He's not going to outgrow it. You have other kids coming in. I don't want just to take care of my son. That's not me, to be honest with you. If we take care of doing the right thing in general, we take care of everybody, which includes my son. And that's what we need to do here. I'm also about being part of the solution, not part of the problem. But I'd like you to explain to him why he may end up going back to a huge environment where he's going to get lost in a system and not be able to continue to grow. Because our goal is not have him be a burden on financial society. Our role is for him and others that have the capacity so that he doesn't use our things, okay? So please, please, please reconsider whatever you're thinking. I'm a business person, I get the answers.
Thank you. Evan, thank you for coming tonight and speaking. Appreciate that. Victoria Ureno?
evening. I'm a current student at Bridgepoint High School. I'm here to talk about the importance of my school staying at its current site. Everybody has different reasons as to why they're at Bridgepoint. Some could be attendance, distractions, missing credits, etc. We never know why anybody's there. At Bridgepoint, we get a fresh start to get our school life together. It's a smaller environment where we form deeper connections with our teachers and students around us. As a whole, we're all a community. We get the opportunity to learn as other students while staying away from distractions that brought us there in the first place. Personally, Bridgepoint made me the person I am right now. Their community opened doors for me that I didn't have at Memorial. I didn't have a chance to earn credits enough at Memorial, and some say it's my fault or the way I acted there. But Bridgepoint opened their doors to me and showed me that I could graduate with them. They didn't give up on me for graduating. Memorial told me that the only chance of ever graduating was at Bridgepoint. And that's not a bad thing. You guys need to keep our campus where it is right now so we could all have a chance to have a fresh start where we were. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. I appreciate you sharing tonight. Sherry Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Garcia, and I'm a resident of Newark, a product of Newark Schools, and I am the district's alternative ed counselor located at Bridgepoint and Crossroads High School. I'm here to advocate for the importance of Bridgepoint to remain at its current location, which is at the McGregor site. When the reduction proposal was initially introduced a couple weeks ago, I was stunned to see that there was not one question from the board members regarding relocating the district's continuation high school back to Newark Memorial. We're talking about a school site's closure, people's livelihoods, and relocating our district students with the greatest needs back to the comprehensive site that essentially pushed them out. And yet nobody on the board had a question about this. The proposal to relocate Bridgepoint and the absence of any questions about this proposal tells me there is not a clear understanding from the district of why it is so important for a continuation high school to have its own site away from the comprehensive site. Bridgepoint consists of students who, for a variety of reasons, were not on track to graduate at Newark Memorial. They were credit deficient. Some came to us on an expulsion contract, and some of them suffered from mental health issues, including social anxiety that impeded their learning and success at the comprehensive site. Regardless of the reason why they came to Bridgepoint, one thing is true for all of our students. They all needed a fresh start, a second chance, and they all benefited from a smaller learning environment away from Newark Memorial, meaning away from the distractions that contributed to their falling behind and away from any bias that they may have experienced because they were inadvertently labeled and made to feel like a failure. As a school counselor at Bridgepoint, I see and hear firsthand just how smaller learning environment away from the comprehensive site has positively impacted our students' lives. Students come here and gain a sense of inclusion, motivation, leadership, and ultimately an opportunity to get back on track with their credits and earn their high school diploma. I have no doubt that if Bridgepoint were to be relocated back to the same campus as Newark Memorial, this would be detrimental to our students' well-being. Furthermore, if Bridgepoint is relocated back to Memorial, I understand the proposal is suggesting the principal of Memorial would be the same principal for Bridgepoint. There is absolutely no way this can be done effectively. It is unheard of for a continuation high school and a comprehensive high school to have the same principal. Bridgepoint requires a full-time leader. Our alt-ed students deserve an admin that is committed just to them and their needs so they can be successful, and not one who is trying to juggle a comp site and a continuation site. If this reduction proposal was presented because the district has plans to move to the McGregor site, I urge you all to visit our campus and realize that there is plenty of space for the district to function and coexist with Bridgepoint. Thank you.
Meg Gallagher Beal, or Bell, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Meg Gallagher Bell. I'm a history educator at Newark Memorial High School. I am here to reiterate what a number of people have already been here to say, which is predominantly along the lines of astonishment that we can, at this point, be asking for all of these cuts. That we have 8 teachers slated to no longer be at the high school next year, that we have to cut down our custodial staff. We hired 4 people and then let them go. Our school is it's kids are messy. And it is unconscionable that they have to come to school every day and it's not always going to be clean. And that's not at all the fault of the custodians because there's nowhere near enough of them. And along those lines, this is my 6th year in this district, my 16th year as an educator. And I really appreciate the everybody coming up to speak tonight, but Sherry Villa at the very beginning of the night said specifically that, you know, she's been here a long time and all this chaos in the DO. And I have to say, in the 5 and now into my 6 years that I've been here, it's like dizzying how much change there is at the district office, how frequently we get new superintendents, interim superintendents, all of these people who we can't even keep track of. And every year it seems like there's more money going missing, but here we are showing that we've got tens of millions of dollars sitting on reserve, but we want to make cuts. And that's not okay. It's just simply not okay. Our students deserve significantly better than this. And when I started at Newark Memorial High School, we had an arts program, we had music. It is diminishing every year, and I do not see, I am only seeing movement away from it further. And that's not okay. And that's, I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Thank you. Carla Valenzuela.
Hello everyone, my name is Carla and I am a former Bridgepoint graduate, and I am against changing the current school site. I was one of the many students not on track to graduate while attending Memorial Campus. I was behind on almost every subject, and Bridgepoint is what helped me. I believe the location of the school is significant in helping their students focus with their studies. The school's current site gives students the opportunity to work on their credits diligently without distractions, such as personal electronics or the rush of hundreds of students at a time. Although Memorial is still a great campus, I have had family members and friends who attended Bridgepoint over the years, and all of them agree the staff, location, and community is what has helped them achieve their goals. These same people became technicians, medical assistants, nurses, and teachers. This school, as it is, gives opportunity and new experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Alexis Blanco.
Hello, my name is Alexis. I'm a 2023 graduate from Bridgepoint, and I'm here to talk about Bridgepoint. Myself and many other students received a lot of opportunities that have helped us in life. Not only the school is amazing, but the teachers are 100% supportive and want nothing but the best for the students. And while you think Memorial is the best environment to move to, it won't benefit the students. From the personal experience of other students and I, the smaller campus has helped many understand their studies and grow as people. and it'll be sad to see Bridgepoint go. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Alexis. And our last one for right now, I believe, is Lorenzo Chavez. Lorenzo? What's that?
I said I'll take his time because my comment wasn't accepted, even though I was here earlier.
It was after. It was after the start of the meeting.
But it said, as soon as you arrive, we're calling you to remind me. I was at the doctor with my daughter, I apologize.
It's actually before the meeting, but please come up.
Thank you. Good evening, my name is Joyola Cruz, and I'm the parent of a fourth grader at Lincoln Elementary. I'm here again to let you know how disappointed I am to hear about the cuts you're planning to make to vital programs for our kids. I would like to remind you that these programs directly affect families. Families like the ones you see here today. They directly affect my family as well. Both my husband and I work long hours that requires to commute far from Newark. We do not have the luxury to work from home or have flexible hours. I'm sure you are all aware that families here in Newark have the same situation. At least I hope you know, as you have made these sensitive yet necessary cuts. It's disheartening to think that as members that represent our kids in our community, these situations do not drive you to create other solutions, rather just to cut programs. These cuts directly affect our community members, and ultimately it is the kids that suffer. Think Together is important and vital to many families who would have to leave their children alone or to have them walk home. We are past those times where we could just entrust our kids to walk home on their own. Sadly, we are not safe or comfortable to do that. So, okay, you cut the program. Do you have an alternative? So you have to meet your saving quota. What are you gonna do? What am I gonna be left to do? What are families gonna do with kids pickup? Daycare, you say? Oh wait, no, you don't offer that. And AM Daycare, as of this morning, I received a message saying that due to low enrollment, we no longer have that available after February 28th for families. So I can't leave my child under adult care before school and forget about the afternoon. So what am I supposed to do? I'm incredibly disappointed. I told my daughter about Think Together being cut, and she cried. She literally cried. She was worried, what would happen to staff? What would happen to the other kids? How is it that my 9-year-old daughter shows more empathy and concern for others than a whole room of adults whose job and priorities should include that? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Would you mind leaving your comment card up so that we, thank you so much. All right, I believe that concludes public comment under agenda items. So we move to the superintendent's report. I'm sorry. No, that was. I did agenda. That's okay. Remember to go.
Given that it's 9 o'clock right now,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we could take a break, but maybe before we take a break, we make a motion to extend the meeting.
I was going to do both of those, just not quite this minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I am all over it. That is fine. All right, so I would like to entertain a motion for extending the meeting. I'm going to be brave, and I'm going to go for 1 o'clock because that'll definitely give us time to do everything we need to do. Do I have a motion for 1?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You absolutely can.
So if we have some closed session at the end, that
Yes.
also must happen within the 1
Yes.
AM window?
Yes.
Okay, just understanding.
Yes. No, it will. That's my intention is. I'm sorry. What? Okay. So do I have a second to take the meeting till 1 AM, and that is including our extra closed session at the end of the meeting?
I'll second.
Okay, who made? Oh, I made the motion and, Member Member Block seconds the motion. I apologize, staff. Profuse. No, it's an extension.
It's an extension
It's an
to a closed
extension.
closed session, not items. Nothing new.
Okay. Yeah, no new agenda, just extending our time, as we did not get enough time to do it earlier. And also, let's take a bio break until 9:10, which is 8 minutes. All right? Thank you. to begin, and we will be hearing from Superintendent on Superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Excuse me. Member Lee and I met earlier in January, and we discussed the idea of bringing in together a student committee that would actually help advise and inform myself and the board on some current ideas, and also to create a sense of community with our students and be able to build a relationship. We talked about who the members would be, and we looked at having a 5th grade member from each of our elementary schools, having a grade level representative at the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. There would be a member each. And Member Lee and I would be co-leading this together. We've talked about an activity that we would like to be able to bring forward for this coming spring, which would be probably some sort of a walk or some sort of a healthy exercise for us to all be able to get out and be able to have a day of community and be able to participate on certain trails and maybe come up with an activity that goes along with it. We also talked about an activity for the fall that would be planned in order to be able to help engage students, and so I'm excited about the ideas that we were discussing. We also want to be able to get student input on their facilities and other areas of concerns that they may have. And so we're going to be looking to be able to help survey them, to be able to listen, and to be able to come back and share that information with the board. So I'm excited about that new and future committee. I just want to thank Member Lee for spending some time with me, thinking it out, what would that council look like, and how we would go about participating. Anything else you might want to add on that, Member Lee?
Yes, I'm actually very excited because it'll be nice to have all the 5th graders and the middle school and the high school all together in one room. Thank you for initiating this, and I'm excited. We hope to bring you guys some really great news after our first meeting.
Yeah, so I'm excited too. Additionally, at our last meeting, a question came up with regards to have the district taken the correct certification steps after our bond was passed. And I did go back and check with our bond counsel, and our legal team shared with me that the certification, there's 2 different certifications. There's the certification of the actual election, which comes from the Registrar of Voters. The second certification results actually comes from our Board of Education to certify the results of the election as provided by the county, and that there is no time by which this needs to be done. This is because we fell underneath for Proposition 39 at the 55% election amount, so it kind of gives us some different leeway. In addition to that, we know that we also will be looking at, in the very near future, an issuance of our school bond. On the 18th of February, we're going to have our finance team here and talking with the board during a study session a little bit more about what that process looks like and timelines that would go with that, including the timelines that would include the certification of the results and also the creation of our oversight committee that needs to happen, which is a 7-member committee. It's very prescribed by the law to ensure that Measure O annually has a report with their findings. The board also is committed to creating an AR, which we did at the time that we did a board policy around Measure O to ensure that it wasn't going to be a new school that would be built, but instead it was around facility renovations, if you may recall. And we talked about bringing an AR, so that AR would come back at that same time for those discussions, not at the study session, but when the board would take action for the certification of results, and I'll be working with the subcommittee to ensure that we have that AR moving forward and that it aligns with the goals of the district in the oversight committee. It's important that we do this adoption once the board does the issuance of bonds and takes that action and does the certification of the actual election. It has 60 days to be able to actually form and to be able to create that ad hoc committee, which is for the bond oversight. Legal counsel has recommended that we hold off the adoption and the certification of the district is closer to issuing the bonds, because that's when our timeline actually starts. So I just wanted to share that little bit of information with all of you. It's actually something that was discussed last spring, if I recall, where we kind of talked about some of the things that would have to happen once the bond was issued. I don't know that we got specifically into the actual certification results in that conversation, but we did talk about the need for a bond oversight committee and the makeup of what that committee would have to be. Board Member Hill.
So let me just replay this so that I make sure I understand.
Mhm.
So the advice that we've gotten from legal counsel and other experts as it relates to the bond is that the board has to take an action to formally adopt or make a resolution.
The resolution.
So we need to make a resolution stating that the bond is passed. Is that what the resolution
Yeah,
is?
basically, we're certifying the passage of the election and that the district is moving forward with the issuance of its bonds.
Okay.
Right,
And
so there's, that would actually be two resolutions. One is for the issuance of the bonds, but the other one is to certify the election results, which then starts the time ticking.
Okay. And from what I'm understanding, there isn't a time, or there is a time from the time that the election happens to the time that we have to make this resolution. Is there a timetable that we have to adhere to?
No, there is not, because we had a 55% passage. We followed Proposition 39 is what was shared with me. So if you waited 6 months, is my understanding, that's not really a problem. I don't know if there's ever a time that it becomes a problem. I wasn't aware of that. She didn't talk with me about that particular piece because I told her we were looking at moving forward with the issuance of the bonds, probably sometime this spring. So we really didn't get into a later timeline than that. If you didn't make a decision, we had to go back, that would be a question we want to go back and ask bond counsel.
But what you're saying is that essentially the clock doesn't start until we adopt that resolution.
That's
But then once the resolution is adopted, we have 60 days to form the committee.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I do appreciate this coming to our attention, so we had a chance to go back and review those pieces and make sure that we were going to be in compliance, so appreciate Mrs. Parks for asking the question. With that, that actually concludes my comments for now.
Okay, thank you so much. We are going to move on to 10.2, which is the letter from the Alameda County County Office of Education regarding the 2024-25 first interim budget report. And I will turn it back over to the two of you, or Jose.
So thank you, President Jones. So we did receive a letter from the county that would outline our first interim budget report and how they received it, and they concluded with a positive certification for Newark Unified School District. They did, however, highlight some concerns in the following areas: that over the past decade, Newark Unified has declined in enrollment by nearly 25%, severely impacting revenues and a sustainable operation. Secondly, this enrollment decline is a major factor in Newark Unified School District's ongoing deficit spending and temporary reliance on reserves, which are projected to decline over the current 3-year budget period from $22.5 million in 24-25 to $2.7 million in 26-27. Third point, this current projected COLA of 2.43% is lower than the 2.93% COLA used for the first interim. This could result in a $300,000 less in LCFF revenues. So overall, what they're stating here is that, yes, there are some changes that are going on in our first interim here, but we're reflecting an accurate data picture here of our fiscal report halfway through our fiscal year, our school year. So that is the report on our Alameda County Office of Education positive certification for Newark Unified School District.
I'd just like to take a moment and point out one thing that was stated in the letter, and that the current projected COLA that was used at the time of first interim was 2.93, and the new state COLA that came out in January when the governor released his proposed budget for the 25-26 fiscal year was noted at being at 2.43. So that's the difference. So at the time when we were actually doing the report, the information that we had was much higher. I think those school districts actually looked at their first interim with the 2.93, and that adjustment for the 2.43 would actually come when we do our second interim.
Any questions? Member Hill?
And then just one last question about the process when the county issues their letter. So it's my interpretation, correct me if I'm wrong, that when we complete our first interim, and we pull all of our numbers together, we share it with the county, and the county looks at it, and they might have some questions or have some discussion. But they're basically, as they're issuing their letter, they are taking the numbers that we provided to them. They aren't conducting an independent audit of our financials, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And to our board members, I mean, I will share with you one of my concerns that I had kind of ongoing out there is looking at the number of letters that the district has received over the years. There seem to be some discrepancies, in my opinion. I'm just going to kind of lay it out there because I think it also kind of changes the narrative. So anytime that you do any kind of resolution where you're spending money outside your regular budget process, you have to make sure that you are able to make good on all your commitments. So I'll give you an example. If you gave a raise mid-year, and I'll use the example of the 16% raise that was given, I think it was in 2023, the board had to go back and they had to tell the county, and you have to actually provide another MYP that goes along with that basically, right, to show that you can make good on that. The county went off and certified that particular raise, which was interesting. Like, they didn't really seem to have a problem with that. But it was interesting because just a month prior, when you did your second interim, they noted that you were not in compliance. And so when I go back and look at the history of that, your second interim, it talked about concerns that you had with your budget, and yet a 16% planned raise was given. And suddenly the county felt like it was okay to do, and they were able to show that. I think it's something that we need to be very careful with, and we need to make sure that when we do give any kind of additional raise during mid-year, that we make sure that our MYP remains positive and current, and that we're able to make good on whatever it is that we're going to do. So it's just something to kind of keep in your mind that although you receive letters over the years, sometimes the order of the letters when they came doesn't seem like they really kind of followed some of the things. And you kind of want to have that check and balance. Like, I want to make sure that's there. I will say we've got a very good relationship right now with the county and having worked with their fiscal team. I've shared this concern with them before because it didn't seem like it followed the sequence of concerns that came from the county when they made that positive certification.
So related to that, as you say, if we adopt a budget and we have certain assumptions, but then it turns out that something happens and we're going to have to exceed the budget and we need to make an adjustment. Obviously, we need to go through a process internally to make that adjustment, but also we need to notify the county, and we need to provide them an updated 3-year MYP.
Yes, that would be my recommendation, yes. And
it's my understanding, but I may be incorrect, that kind of the rules of the road around the MYP is that if you are still keeping a 3% reserve by the end of the 3rd year, that you would receive a positive certification. It's only when you dip below that that the certification may be, there may be issues.
Correct.
However, don't we certify every interim?
We do.
We do certify every interim, so we could have a positive certification from the county following the first interim, then we make adjustments, and then we could be qualified on the second interim.
This is correct.
So, so it's a 3 times a year process. Does it happen at the budget time? Is that?
Yeah, we do an MYP at the budget. We do an MYP at first interim because we want to make sure that now that we've done our unaudited actuals, and we're also looking at what's happening with the lens of, did we receive all of the monies that we anticipated? Are we on track? Were we able to meet our enrollment numbers? Were we able to meet our ADA. Like, we want to be able to look at all those things to make sure that we're staying on track of what we originally projected. And I
But
think,
isn't the process, sorry for interrupting, isn't the process a little different following the budget? Isn't the budget, it's not qualified but it's rather, it's approved, it has to be approved by so they can sometimes do a conditional approval rather than.
They could add additional language, they could ask for some additional oversight. They can come back and they could ask us to even modify something if they thought that it was a real threat to us.
So the budget is not qualified or not, or?
No, currently we are positive. We had a positive budget that came forward that was certified by the county. We had a positive first interim that was also certified by, and by the way, it was also looking at projections with us making adjustments and saying that that's something that we were going to do. So if we don't make the adjustments, then we had to go back and we had to modify that in its second interim. So it's a great question.
But again, just to confirm, if the MYP shows that you have reserves in excess of 3% at the end of year 3, the certification coming from the county should be positive.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. All right. I believe that concludes 10.2, 10.3, the budget reduction plan.
Thank you very.
Oh, sorry. If I could just start the conversation here a little bit, and I also know that we have interim assistant superintendent Chris Williams also on the line, so he might also weigh in during this presentation as we move forward.
Okay. We have one public comment. Ms. Sparks, could you come up for this, please?
Good evening. Over the almost 30 years, I have attended many school board meetings, sat through numerous budget presentations, and seen CBOs come and go. For me, the easiest and quickest way to grasp the content of a budget report has always been through the slide presentations. These provided a Reader's Digest version of the district's financial health. That said, I don't think I have ever seen such poor presentations and explanations for the district's current financial state. It wasn't even this bad under Kai Wynn, some of you will remember, was the CBO in 2018-2019. And the district had to bring in Beverly from Ryland School Business Consulting Group for assistance. There are still mislabeled slides, such as a multi-year forecast slide being labeled as the unaudited actuals. Unaudited actuals are provided at the end of a fiscal year prior to an audit. Additionally, the various committed slides reflect funds tied to fictional projects because the district exceeded the 10% reserve cap. Some slides are so unclear that it's difficult to determine what they're even trying to convey. In conclusion, the ongoing lack of clarity in the presented financial information not only undermines transparency, but also erodes trust in the process meant to ensure fiscal accountability. It is imperative that the district prioritize accuracy and clarity in its budget presentations. The parents, the community, and the staff deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks.
With that, we are going to get started with the presentation, and Assistant Superintendent Katana will lead this.
All right. Well, thank you very much, board and community cabinet members here. I do want to start off with this presentation that's been revised from our January presentation into our newly revised February 4th presentation here. If we go to the next slide, please. Back in December of 2023, we went through a $14 million structural deficit, and the Board of Education implemented a fiscal plan to reduce this structural deficit. At the first interim, we presented the December 12th structural deficit that was reduced to $3.4 million. Now, this structural deficit, it has many factors in it, with the declining enrollment, as we read the certification here, that has declined 25% in our ADA. That has a huge significant impact for our district here, as well as the loss of one-time funding. And those one-time fundings that are no longer providing services or programs or FTEs for NUSD staff, as well as reduction in revenues that we must now come together and implement this fiscally sustainable plan in order for us to reduce or eliminate deficit spending. Next slide, please. On January 21st, once again, we presented the proposed reductions, and today we are bringing to the board these recommendations for our February 18th meeting moving forward, and on March 4th, potentially presenting the second interim, but perhaps we could change that to March 11th or the 12th for that second interim. Next slide, please.
Hang on, it's 2 slides.
Not working. Yeah. So we do, once again, we do want to acknowledge that these are tough times. We would like to acknowledge these are tough times that NUSD family is going through, and how we're working collaborative with all of the community, as well as, maintaining that value for every staff member. And we're committed to working with them in finding a positive solution here and how we can support them. But in our budget presentation here today, I would lead off with our reserves, our revenues, our expenditures, our committed funds, and then a breakdown, a snapshot of where we're at. Next slide, please.
We're on slide 5.
Right there. So our reserves here paints a picture here of 24-25 for our reserves for economic uncertainties at $2.4 million, and unassigned ending balance at $2.5 million, and our special reserve fund, Fund 17, of $2.4 million. This, if you look going to 25-26, has a different picture when it comes to our ending balances of $600,000. If we go into our 26-27, it's only $50,000. It is.
One more slide.
No, it is key that we keep these special reserves that were earmarked, Fund 17, from our committed funds, and keeping these reserves so that we can become fiscally solvent. And these might look like big numbers, but in reality, when we have a payroll in this district of $5 million, that's not much, that's monthly. That only gives us a month and a half of payroll if we were to go into any kind of fiscal detriment that would be a detriment to the district here. If we were to have any lack of state funding, we would need and require this type of reserves for our district. Next slide, please.
If we could, that'd be great.
Yeah, that would help us out. Thank you. So unaudited actuals, these actuals were presented back in September at the very beginning, and just giving us a picture of what we had anticipated here, $61.7 million in revenues and expenditures of 66.5, with an ending balance of 3.2. And we can see that reflect into our multi-year based on services and salaries if we kept at the same path. Next slide, please. And this shows a different picture here in December 12th, which is our halfway point or school year here at 61.5, $200,000 less as we true up with our ADA numbers and our revenues that have come in. Our expenditures are $64.9 million with an ending balance of 2.5. If you look at 25-26, that goes down to half right over $500,000 at $600,000. If you look at 26, 27, that's at $51,000 if we change absolutely nothing. And the services, as we know, have gone up for operating our district with 3% in power increase, as well as 8% in gas, etc. So these numbers would actually be much lower. Next slide, please. So our revenues. This is where we separate the two categories of unrestricted and restricted. This is very important to take notice. Restricted funds are monies that are earmarked. They are reserved and set aside for specific programs and services and personnel. We can't touch that money. That is dedicated to those restricted services and programs. That's at $16 million with all the funding. Unrestricted, we get $61.5 million, which gives us a total fund of $77 million. We do see into the 25-26 where our restricted funds actually start going down because of one-time fundings are no longer available to the district. So if we keep going the same direction we're going, it's just going to increase those expenditures. Next slide, please. So our expenditures here are certificated salaries, classified salaries, employee benefits. All of this really goes into play when we're looking at our revenues that are coming in. This is a major portion of our revenues is salaries and benefits. Next slide, please. We go back. So here we go into our continued expenditures, our services and operating expenditures at $20 million from restricted $13 million and unrestricted $7 million. Capital outlay of $349,000, but then we go into outgoing like an ROP program that we're taking unrestricted funds into the restricted category, which gives us a total expenditure of $49 million unrestricted and $33 million in restricted funding here, expenditures rather, which gives us an excess revenue. You could say it's $12 million that we're left with, but we've pretty much deficit spent $17 million in the restricted portion here, which gives us a total fund balance here of $5.1 million to operate with.
Negative.
Right. This is a deficit of $5.1 million. Next slide, please. Go back. Okay, so it's important to pay attention to that $5.1 million deficit. And we're going to continue on to our commitments. Commitments that the board has made resolutions in the past to earmark these dollars. And next slide, please. These commitments were facility improvements at $1.78 million, deferred maintenance $500,000, technology refresh and upgrades at $1.1 million, tech books and consumables $700,000, furniture replacement is $50,000, declining enrollment and ADA mitigation $200,000, and we're hoping to move that along into the multi-years. That's why it's at 25, 26, and we hope to keep those along into 26, 27. Next slide, please. This is continued other commitments. Once again, this is for instructional program and improvements of $450,000, strategies to increase enrollment $200,000, strategies of planning and advisory, that's $300,000, and giving us a total here of $13.875. I did want to say that that LCAP carryover should have not been included in there. That is a separate commitment, LCAP carryover. So the commitments are really $13.8 million. Next slide, please. So if we took a snapshot here, what does this really mean to us as a district, as a community, as staff, as a board? If we look at 24-25 unrestricted funds, our revenues were $61.5 million, our expenditures $49 million, once again unrestricted, which gives us an end balance of $12.2 million. But remember, there was a deficit spending of $17 million on the restricted side, so we contributed $15 million over to the restricted side, which gives us a net shortage of $5.1 million. If we look at 25, 26, it just gets larger and larger from there at 7.3. At 26, 27, we will start with $9 million in deficit spending. That's if we change nothing. Next slide, please. So now we're going to go into our general fund reduction recommendations. I don't know if you want Chris to speak on this. Chris, are you on the line? Can Chris hear us, Trudy? Okay, I'm going to continue on. Here in our reduction scenario, we're looking at vacant positions. In other words, positions that have not been filled. We've defunded those as of December 31st of 2024 and decreased overall substitute costs, which gives us a total savings of $1,463,000. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the next is certificated management, one director and so on, as we presented back in January, a savings of $434,000. Next slide, please. Certificated non-reelect, attrition and retirement, 8 FTE, certificated 8 FTE, a savings of $1.6 million as a reduction in force. Next slide, please. Our classified restructure here, as we presented previously, netting us a savings of $23,000 for this restructure. Next slide, please. Additional proposed restructure decisions, as Bridgepoint has presented previously, for $500,000. Next slide, please. Our classified reductions of $475,000 in savings. Next slide, please. And Angela, will you be speaking on this? Thank you. Ms. Dr. Angela Walker will be presenting the SPED portion.
Absolutely. So we would be reducing our expenses here for contracted nurse. That's $60,000 SPED, lead teacher stipend $20,000. Contracted program specialist, half that reduced to $100,000. Contracted assistive technology reduction of half, 0.5, $96,000. School psychologist retiree, $114,600 for a total of $390,600.
Next slide, please.
And our general funding SPED department reductions, a half of a FTE for a physical therapist for $94,000. Contracted half for a counselor, $87,000. Contracted aides, 6 total, $360,000. Adaptive PE, $144,000. Resource SDC, non-reelection, $106,200 for a total of $791,200.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. And our continual reductions in technology where we do not renew our services like Zoom and hotspots and cell phones netted us another $130,000. And the snack savings of having a snack for after-school program here, saving $150,000, savings of $280,000, which are total savings and restructure reductions of $5,935,087.
Clarify that we are still providing snacks to the kids. We're just doing it in a different way to make sure that we are able to save some money and make sure that the kids still receive their healthy snacks.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Just skip one. There you go. Okay. So this is additional reduction or restructure consideration. There's Chris. So we do have the Educator Effective Block Grant that will be sunsetting here in 2026. This would add to our fund balance of $360,000. This Learning Recovery Education Block Grant, that is something that the district was anticipating another year of funding, which the governor's budget is not including, but Once again, this could change in the May revise. It is a deficit right now of $1.6 million in this program. So it's costing the district money, additional monies here. Once again, these are recommendations, like Puente Program, MCA, Project Connect, Adult Ed that we're still looking into. The vendor change for extended learning programs at $2.1 million. Next slide, please. And of course, doing our part as administration, reduction in general operating expenditures is our 10% goal. That's a savings of $833,000. Base science, science and technology, wellness together, and cost program that is still under review. Next slide, please. We're also looking into future revenue considerations. You know, we're not in the profit business, but we definitely want to make sure that every student comes to school and has that daily attendance, and we can promote that throughout the district. We're also looking at our graphic arts department with our contracts of $50,000. We're well on our way towards that goal. Facilities use contracts, renting out our facilities. We are looking at $100,000 as a goal. Grant opportunities, still looking into those. New medical reimbursement program at $200,000. And the before and after school childcare program, we're still exploring. Cell tower was initially at $460,000, finally came out to $504,000, and as of 2 days ago, $560,000 for that one tower there. So those are revenue considerations for our future here. So our next steps are February 18th is what we anticipate. That will bring a formal resolution for considerations on layoffs. And March 4th is to provide a formal layoff action to board for approval prior to the March 15th deadline. With that, any questions?
Member Hill.
So I'd like to ask for the board's permission that given that this is such an important topic and that we really need to make sure that we understand the numbers, we understand the cuts, that we kind of go by slide, and then we can each ask questions about that, because I think there's a lot of complexity. What I'd also like to just kind of comment on, and I want to provide a handout, and there should be enough copies for everybody. I know that I'll just be frank. Ever since I joined the board, the district's financials have been very opaque to me. And this is going back 4 years. And I often haven't understood them. And that's and from my perspective, that's kind of a problem, because I've worked with numbers for 26 years. And so I finally got frustrated enough that I said, well, I need to put this into a format that I'm used to. And so obviously the district has we track a lot of information, and you can find it, in our most recent, first interim. The problem, though, I think, with the information that our districts have provided, and I don't know whether this is true for all districts or whether it's just been our kind of protocol here, is that numbers oftentimes seem to be presented in isolation, and maybe part of it is because there's so much information. But what I tried to do was I tried to do a roll-up to say, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold, that at a very high level, it shouldn't be that complicated at a high level, and we all deal with this in our own personal budgets. So you've got revenue, you've got a certain amount of revenue that comes in, and then you have expense. You have a certain amount that you spend money on, and then at the end, either you have some money left over, and ideally, if you have some money left over, you put it in your savings account. Or if you have a deficit, then you're probably going to have to pull money out of your savings account, and if it keeps going in that direction, you're going to go bankrupt, right? You're gonna have problems. So and I think that it's so easy to get into the weeds that we sort of lose sight of that. And I want to acknowledge that I know that when we brought Superintendent Vakar on board as the CBO, that she inherited a very messy situation. And the numbers were even more confusing at that point than they normally were, and there were a lot of issues going on. And so I know that she and CBO Quintana and others have been working hard to kind of straighten things out. But I think that there's still some issues, and the reason why I think it's so important to talk about this is that we cannot responsibly cut unless we actually know what our baseline is. And so what I tried to do with this handout was I tried to look at a time series which says at a high level, revenue, expense, surplus or a deficit, and then what's the impact on the general fund. And then I broke it out by year, and I also broke it out by unrestricted, restricted, and then your total when you add up those two funds. And the thing that I think is important to note, and could we maybe go back to the first slide where we're talking about the 14 million? So that's unrestricted, restricted, total. Yes, it's right where we start.
Slide 2.
Yeah, next one. Okay.
We're having some audio trouble with interim Assistant Superintendent Williams being able to come on. We're going to actually call him on the phone just so he can participate in case you have questions on the staffing side.
Okay, perfect. So I know that last year, so when Superintendent Vakar had parachuted in, and we were trying to sort things out, and we had some other consultants, and we had a presentation at the very beginning of last year, and we were trying to make heads or tails of where we were. And we had Mr. Berg who was presenting. We were trying to get at, well, where are we? And at some point, this number of, that we had a $14 million structural deficit, basically got put out there. And I think that we were operating on that assumption. We've been operating kind of on that assumption. And I know that when we sat down and identified our first cuts in the March timeframe, that, the assumption initially going in was, we need to cut $7 million this year, $7 million the following year. We actually, the cuts that we put on the table were a little bit less because we were trying to be conservative and hope for the best. And so I think our cuts were somewhere around 5.5, something like that. But what I noticed as I put these numbers together, and this is something that I think would be really helpful to the board kind of going forward if we can see some type of a time series, because I think it tells you a lot. And so as I look at the time series that goes all the way back from 21, 22, all the way forward, you can see in the earlier years that we have greater revenue. And especially the first couple of years, and that's because we had COVID money coming in. But if you look at the expenses that we have, they haven't fluctuated a lot. So if you look at 21, 22, total expenditures, 73.5 million. Now they went up in 2022, 23 to 80 million, and I think that that's because we were raking in dough at this point. And this is the part that I think is maybe people are not fully understanding. If we look at 21, 22, we spent $7.1 million less than we took in. And so what that did to our general fund is we went from 16.7 million in our initial. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. We went from an initial adjusted ending balance in that year, 16.5 million, but we added 7.1 million. So we went up to 23.7 million in our general fund. So that was 21-22. In 22-23, our expenses went up by about 7 million, but our revenue went up massively by like 10 million. And so we actually ended up at this point having a surplus, not a deficit, of 11.2 million. So 21-22, we put 7.1 million in our savings account. 2023, we put 11.2 million. So now at the end of 2023, if you look down at the bottom, ending fund balance, we had $34.4 million in the bank. Now, at that point, and this was when we were under a different administration, we had gotten information from the state because I think that they had seen that a lot of districts were taking all this COVID money and they were squirreling it away, and they're like, hey, that wasn't the purpose of this, and so you need to like spend it. So you can't have, because we were shooting for, and I remember the president at that time was trying to shoot for a 20% reserve. And the state at that point came back a year later and said, no, you can't have a 20% reserve. Max you can have is about 10%. And so we had to go take that money that we had that was in excess of that, and we had reallocated. So when we talk about commitments, these were the commitments that were where that money went. But the important thing for people to understand is the money did not disappear, right? So at the end of 2022-23, we had 34.4 million in the bank, but all of a sudden now anything above 10% got put into a line item commitment. But the important thing to understand, I was mentioning this to Member Lee, is that those commitments are flexible. And so we, the board, adopt a resolution that says, okay, these are the committed funds, but we can go back at least on a yearly basis and maybe even at any time and say, we're going to change our mind. And so I gave Member Lee the example to say, maybe she has a savings account and she's been putting, let's say she's allocated 20% of her savings account to go buy the latest iPhone. But if in the next month she gets a flat tire, all of a sudden she may reallocate that, right? And so I think it's the same thing here, and I think it's important for us to understand that even though we've got money that's in this committed category, it doesn't mean that we can't reallocate. Until we've spent it, it's there for us to potentially reallocate, right? So at the end of 22-23, we had 34.4, and by the way, we ran an 11 million surplus, not deficit. Now last year, and all these numbers are coming from unaudited actuals. Last year, basically, we did have an issue where our revenue dropped, so we went from 90 million down to 80 million, and this is because the COVID money was disappearing. Our expenses are still staying roughly the same, about $1 million more, but because of that drop in revenue, we ended up incurring last year our first deficit, which was about $600,000, so $591,000. So our ending fund balance dropped from 34.4 to 33.8. So this is as of basically July of this year. Like, that's how much money we have in the bank. Now we go into the budget. So if we go into the 24-25 budget, so we had discussions. We adopted a budget. Now, one thing that I noticed, and this is something that I suspect it was a mistake, but I want to make sure I'm not misspeaking. And the reason why is because I think that this mistake is now creating an artificial sense of urgency that's not there. What we saw in the adopted budget when we looked at the adjusted beginning fund balance, now remember I said that at the end of July, our ending fund balance was 33.8. But all of a sudden when we look at the adjusted ending balance for the budget, which should be the same number, it's now gone to 24.7. So it's like, whoa, what happened there? So I flagged it. I put a little red box next to it, and then what we were projecting is we were saying, we're now projecting that we are going to go into deficit spending. We're going to be spending $5.5 million in excess. Now remember, this is the budget in July. And so if you then take 5.5 million minus 24, you're left with 19.1. So that's what we were projecting in 24-25. And by the way, all this stuff is, there's a lot of stuff flowing around. There's a lot of things going on. I didn't notice it at that point, but the first time I noticed it is I started to put all these numbers together. However, when we move on to now our first interim, it looks like that number got corrected. And so if you look at the first interim and the projection for what our adjusted beginning fund balance is, it's no longer 24.7, it's gone back up to 33.8. And this is the thing that I want to emphasize is that that's the money that's in the bank account right now. Now we may have ideas that we want to buy the new iPhone or we wanted to go do whatever, but at the end of the day, we have $33 million to make decisions around. And even if we incur, and what the projection is that it's no longer 5.5 deficit that we projected at the end of the summer, we're now projecting a little bit lower deficit, 5.1. But even if we subtract that deficit out, we've still got $28.7 million in the bank by the end of this school year. So, the reason I say all this is, and I'm sorry for being so long-winded, but I do not believe that we are in a fiscal crisis immediately. Are we potentially now incurring more expense than we are revenue? And it seems that some of it is because we're having continued declining revenue. But the thing that surprises me a little bit is that the expense is going up a little bit, and I would think that it would be going down because we've been making cuts. But these are projections, right, so we don't know at this point. But the reason why I want to kind of lay this on the table is, in my opinion, as we look at the cuts that are in front of us, the fact that we have $28.7 million in the bank doesn't mean that we don't need to make some of these cuts. And the reason why is, and I think that this is something, again, that we lose sight of, is that our school district, and I've said this to other people, we are not in the real estate portfolio business. We are not in the creation of jobs business. We're not in any other business except maximizing educational outcomes. And so that's what we have to keep as our focus. But at the same time, we cannot maximize educational outcomes without money. And so being conservative in our spending, and so I'm not advocating that because we have $28.7 million in the bank, that we go out and spend like drunken sailors and imagine that there's no problem. We have to be judicious in this, but I don't want us to be jumping into cuts because we feel like somehow we, doom and gloom is a year or 2 years away, because I'm not seeing it as I look at these numbers. Now, I could be wrong, and so if I'm missing something, it would be great for us to, to talk about it. And that's why I wanted to kind of highlight that 14 million, but I will now, since I've said a whole mouthful, I will leave it to my fellow board members for, or if I'm missing something from, from our superintendent cabinet perspective. And again, I want to emphasize, I'm not saying that we don't need to make cuts, but what I'm saying is that those cuts should be based on whether we need to do some right sizing in certain areas so that we can maximize educational outcomes in other areas.
Thank you, Member Hill. And, I agree with those numbers at $19 million for our unrestricted ending fund balance. And thank you for putting this chart together. It does tell a story. But we also have a $9.6 million restricted fund balance that's on reserves. That gives us that $28 million. But as you said, if we take that $19 million and we deduct our,
It's 28.
well, it's 28, but it's $9.6 million that's restricted in the restricted fund balance there. It's $19
So where's
million.
it restricted?
I'm sorry?
Can you show me what part is restricted?
Your fund balance reserves. Just what you have on here, your 9.670005 at the 24-25 projected on your chart.
Yeah, so.
It's restricted. You have it identified as restricted, which is correct.
Right, so this is the question that I have.
Yes.
Right, is, so that so all that's saying, right, is that there's certain money that needs to go to specific restricted purposes, right?
Correct.
But that's not, necessarily connected to the reserve, right? So we have Fund 17, which is totally separate, and that's the one thing that's not being discussed here, is we actually have an extra bank account, right? And so it's not just
over 2 million.
Right, correct, right? And so the idea that, because again, when we're spending money, right, we're spending money on unrestricted and restricted, okay? And so what I'm saying is that, just as we're looking at total revenue and total expense from a restricted and an unrestricted basis, we're looking at that from a general fund perspective as well. And the fact is that where we're actually losing money is not in our unrestricted, it's in our restricted. We are spending more money on the restricted side than we are on the unrestricted.
That's correct.
So again, I think that, and we can always move, and we have been moving money from our unrestricted into our restricted to cover those deltas, right? But I think that the important thing to understand is that we, from a total budget perspective and a total savings account perspective, we have at the end of this year, we have 28 million in the bank. And an extra 2 point whatever in Fund 17. So we're not going to be experiencing doom and gloom 1 year out, 2 years out, even 3 years out. So I think that's where I think that maybe we're getting so deep in the weeds that we're losing it, unless all of a sudden there's some crazy things happening. But I can't see, if you look at the trend, although I can see revenue going down, but at some point it's going to stabilize, because where the revenue hits really took was when COVID money disappeared. But the expense shouldn't be going up. And that's the thing that I find perplexing, because we supposedly already cut money. And so how is it that our expenses are going up in the next year? It doesn't make sense to me, right?
Right.
So these are the things that I think that we need to be looking carefully at.
Your expenses go up in different years for different variety of reasons, right? We've had increases to utilities, we've had increases to step and column, that has happened. So you do have some increases that have continued to happen, right? So that definitely would happen with your expenditures that you're actually spending money on.
Right, but what I'm surprised about, right, is that if we look at the run rate, so expenditures in 21-22, total expenditures 73.5. Now they went up drastically in 22-23 to 80.1. But then in 23-24 stayed at 81, okay? But now as we get into the budget, we're projecting like a $1 million, $1 to $2 million increase in our expenses.
So you'll see the reflection here of the expenditures in our salaries, books and supplies that are going up at least $1 million in book and supplies there, with our salaries being impacted as well. Next slide, please, for our expenditures.
But here's what I don't understand. If we said that we cut $5.8 million earlier this year, does that mean that we've had now, because we're showing a $2 million increase, does that mean that our expenses went up by $7 million?
Are you referring to fiscal year 23-24?
Yeah, so it was a year ago, right, when we
Okay,
made
year ago.
cuts, and so we projected cuts of like 5.5 million. And yet we're still seeing our expense numbers going up, and that just seems counterintuitive to me. Because I would think that they would be coming down, but if they're still going up, that means they didn't go up by 1 to 2 million, that means that they went up by 6 to 7 million.
No, we took that savings and we actually put it into the committed funds. So we're actually saving that money to be able to move into 25, 26, and 26, 27. So if you go to your committed funds,
Can we go to committed funds? Just keep going
I want
down.
to make sure we're talking about the same things. We have an MYP savings that we talked about.
One more page.
I purposely
Right there.
earmarked it. It's approximately 7.9 that we have sitting out there. I just want to make sure that we're following that, right? Because like we did have a savings that we worked really hard on, right? And we went ahead, we put that money into savings for MYP savings. We put it into the committed funds to make sure that we would be able to cover our revenues moving into the 25, 26, and 26, 27.
And to your point, Member Hill, we've got those $28 million in the bank, and we need to deduct the committed funds of $13.2 million, plus our LCAP
that's-
carryover of $658,
Right.
leaving us a balance here of $2.4 million. So we have, as a board or district, committed right about $26 million. So
That's
the
what
other
I'm saying.
funds, so the funds are not being touched.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Those committed funds can be changed like that. okay?
Absolutely.
So that's what I don't want us to lose sight of, right? Because and I'm just gonna be really frank with you, that under the prior administration, when they saw that we had a whole bunch of extra money, they basically I feel like it was a little bit of a shell game. And they said, okay, we're gonna put so much into new furniture, we're gonna put so much into IT spend, we're gonna put so much into facilities, so it was a holding, bucket. Now again, maybe there were some specific, plans that maybe I don't remember, I wasn't aware of, but the point is that we did not spend that money. And so what I wanna emphasize is that when we say committed funds, it just says that we've earmarked these, but we can unearmark them, right? And so.
Absolutely, yes.
Actually, in your multi-year forecast, you are spending that money. So you have to come back to us to free up those funds because you've already said you're gonna spend it over the next 3 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can see the spending down based on our multi-year projection. So if you look at the MYP savings for 25, 26, we are spending it down in 25, 26. And then if you actually had the third year of the MYP on there, which would be 26, 27, I believe that number comes down to 0. I don't have that MYP in front of me, but we only showed just the 2 years on here is our.
The thing I don't understand is why are we saving 7.9 million, only for the purpose of deficit spending in future years? These committed funds, we don't have to do over 10%, and this 14 million or 13 million is over what we need to commit. So why
Correct.
are we committing more than we need?
So these are committed funds, very different from the 10% reserves required by the state.
Well,
That's-
then why are you asking us to commit more than we need to?
No, we're not asking for more commitments. That's not what we're asking here.
No, the purpose of what the board was at last year, when Mr. Berg and I were here and working on trying to come up with ways to make sure that your multiple year projection would be able to result in a positive certification, was as we found monies and we had a budget strategies, right? We were looking at ways to be able to save money. We looked at our expenditures. We looked at every single PO that was open out there. We were very conservative. We said no to a lot of purchases. And we just kind of stopped spending. That was a big piece of it. As a result, when we did the unaudited actuals, we had a much more inflated number than what we had projected even at the budget adoption, right? So we actually had additional cash because we really worked hard to save. So I think what's important to remember is that the funds that you're looking at here, are committed funds that, yes, you could spend some of this money. I would caution you not to spend the MYP savings at 25, 26, and 26, 27 because it kind of carries you over. The other committed funds that are there, you could use it as being one-time spending money, but then it's gone, right? It's not ongoing, so you wanna make sure that if you're gonna use it, you're not gonna use it for ongoing expenditures when next year, otherwise you still have the impact because you won't have those funds anymore. There's some of the funds that you may wanna still retain, for example, you may very much still wanna keep the textbooks and in commitments because, or the textbook, in consumables, because it's not in your regular general fund budget, right? And so you kind of save for the rainy day, like when you had to go off and go purchase textbooks, because I think you were trying to free up your general fund. I believe that was the purpose behind some of that. And also when we looked at for areas that we were not addressing inside the general fund that we knew that we had to find money for in the future, we kind of put in the committed funds, but we really need to start putting some of these funds back up into the general fund so that you have money to be able to do technology refresh. You have money to be able to do your textbook commitments, and that you're actually setting aside money in your general fund to be able to do that, and not just in this one-time committed funds. So at some point, you kind of want to make a point where you want to shift some of these committed funds back into your general fund so that you can continue having a strong operational budget to be able to support the student learning that happens in our classrooms.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, right? I'm not advocating that we go out and spend this money, right? But what I am, because I've heard, various comments, and I know when we were at the liaison meeting just, last week, Mayor was saying that he was confused. He felt that there was, there were transparency issues, and whether or not that's true, right? It's perception's reality, right? And so I think that we have to be as transparent as possible. And so I don't think it's an accurate description to say that our district is going to be bankrupt in 1 year, 2 years, even 3 years. And although we could theoretically spend any of this money on stuff that we have on pre-identified categories, but I'm not advocating that we go out and spend it. But what I am saying is that let's understand that we have money that we can use for strategic purposes to maximize educational outcomes, right? And what I would say is I think that as we look at the potential reductions, that we need to be looking at it in terms of, are these things maybe not maximizing educational outcomes? And if they aren't, then okay, it's superfluous, right? We shouldn't be spending money on things that are not maximizing educational outcomes, no matter how much money we have in the bank. But I think that we should look at it in that vein. And if I look at like some of these commitments, like for example, we've got a commitment of almost $1.8 million for facilities improvements. Now, when we did that initially, right, that we didn't have a bond, right? So now we do. So I think what I just want us to again look at is to maybe lower the temperature a little bit to say, okay, we're not doom and gloom, and we're not about to go off the cliff. But we can't just be irresponsible, right? So therefore, I think that we should now look at these cuts in the spirit of, what is really needed in terms of maximizing educational outcomes, or if there's some right sizing or some inefficiency that we should take advantage of.
And Member Hill, I will say that, you are right on point when you say there is no doom and gloom. But looking at our reserves here, this is every $2.5 million on there is 2 weeks worth of salaries. That's it for the district, salary and benefits. That is our payroll. If you look at your committed funds of $13.2 million, you only got 2.5 months worth of payroll to make. That's it. So these aren't huge numbers, but you have responsibly in the past 2018 moving forward, you have aligned these commitments from, I think facilities improvements was like at 4 million, then it went to 3 million, then to 2, and now finally 1.7. So you have, in fact, this board has been responsible enough to say, let's shift that money around. So in a windfall here, we wish we could use this money for anything, but it's at your purview. This administration can't touch that money. So.
Staff's responsibility. Let me just share something. I think staff's responsible for our budget, and we are tracking our budget for the year, and we're looking at the number of revenues that we have coming in, the number of expenditures. if we're not living within what the state gives us, we really do need to make sure that we continue making some adjustments.
Absolutely.
Right? I think we can all agree to that statement. Like, you still have to live within that. Now, if you're gonna borrow from your savings to be able to pay for some things, you have savings monies that you can make certain decisions with. You don't have to use these committed funds that we've actually earmarked. You can do another resolution and we can reorganize it. Absolutely can do those things. So I'm not saying that you can't, but then once you've done it, they're gone, right?
Correct.
Those monies aren't gonna continue to exist. They're not gonna be revenues that we can anticipate coming into next year. We're gonna use for our savings, and we've reprioritized where we wanna be able to use it. And you could definitely do that. And really a good place to look at is that first facilities improvement piece, the 1.78. We had really been utilizing that money because we've had a bleed for a long time with our facilities, right? And now we're about ready to take the tourniquet off, and we're gonna be able to actually sell some bonds and be able to really help our facilities.
Right.
So I wanna make sure that we're having that conversation. Even in talking with, the experts out there, very few boards even have a reserve of this percentage where they can do that, but for us, it can very quickly go away by just a couple of things that could have gone really bad here last year, right? Like, we know that, like, we had major plumbing problems over at the high school. And the totals that they gave us far exceeded what our commitments could do to even fix it.
Correct. But one thing though that I would, and again, I didn't pay close enough attention during the budgeting and the first interim to maybe catch this. But the thing that surprised me, right, is that we went from a $600,000 deficit the prior year to now all of a sudden we're going to 5.1. And so I kind of looked at, in a little bit, it seemed like the variables that were really driving that variance, it was in textbooks and it was in services. Now, I may be misunderstanding that, but my question though is, and this is something that we're not going to solve here, but I think that we just want to be cognizant of, is this an ongoing structural issue or is this like a one-time issue? Right, so I can see how where textbooks might be a one-time issue, so that might be artificially inflating our deficit, and so maybe really it's not a $5 million structural deficit, maybe it's a $2 million. And like in services, and I know that like we've talked, before about some various things that are driving it, but and one of the things that the public doesn't see is that in that unrestricted category, what is really driving our deficits is the massive amount of money that we're spending in special ed, which is not being reimbursed, it's not being funded by the state.
That's correct. It's not funded by the state or the feds.
And so to your point, I mean, that's a thing that is where I can see that potentially there is continuing increases unless we somehow try to figure out how to address that root cause.
At a much higher rate than what our revenues are coming in at a much higher, our expenditures continue to go up because of that contribution that we're making.
Correct, which we have zero control over.
Correct.
Well, I mean, we don't have any control over the funding, but we may have some control, not complete, over how we tackle some of the problems, but it's not super straightforward.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I think it's straightforward, but I think it's hard to sit there and really capture. Those services are definitely needed for the children that need to have them, right? And we're committed to making sure that those services are available to kids.
So President Jones, I will self-censor at this point, because I know that you're trying to move the meeting along. But what I'm hoping is that unless other board members have questions about the budget itself.
I think they do.
Well, what I was saying is that if we feel comfortable in going into the cuts, we can. But if we have other questions on the budget, I yield the floor.
Okay, so Member Block.
I think this has been a very illuminating conversation, so I want to thank everyone for it. I feel a lot clearer on what the fiscal picture is now, so I think this was a valuable use of time, and thank you everyone for that conversation. I do think we should go line by line through the potential cuts and make sure we're doing our due diligence, make sure we think through the implications of these cuts, who it will impact, how it will impact the quality of education in our district, to make sure that we're really thinking through the implications. And I'd like to just make sure that when we ultimately take votes, that we're chunking it up in a lot of different categories so that we have the freedom as board members to vote in favor of some and against others, rather than voting in large blocks where maybe we agree with some things, but not with others. Because I think we're going to have differing opinions on different items within that. And I think it's important that we're able to kind of vote yes on some and no on others. The last thing I just wanted to say is we're talking about the fund reserve that we have depleting very quickly, and that's based on projections that may be excessively conservative. I know the ADA expectations are pretty low, and so that's one other thing to keep in mind. We don't know, perhaps the projections are more conservative than the reality will be, and that's just something else to keep in mind. Obviously, we don't know the future, but that's one thing I'm thinking about as well, particularly given the fact that in the past, there have been projections of large amounts of deficit spending that have not fully materialized in the years that followed.
Thank you. Member Thomas.
Yes, I think the kind of picture I'd like to see staff set and show us is what is your recommended total amount of cuts over the next 3 years, and give us several scenarios. So here's your minimum recommended cuts to have the structural deficit gone in 3 years. And I'd like to see the structural deficit gone in 3 years, because this year it's going to be over 3 million. Next year it's going to be over 7 million. And in 26-27, the deficit is going to be over 9 million. That's every year we're starting to spend if we don't change anything now, we're going to be spending that much money, 9 million more in the third year than we take in. So that number keeps going up. I think one of the things I'm concerned about is the projections. You mentioned that the ADA, we've projected that a little low. I think we project our revenues low, for example, there's a $2.7 million difference between our last year's ending fund balance or ending fund, its revenue for other local revenue. So $2.7 million more than it was actual. If that, and then when you look at what you're projecting over the next few years, you're saying, oh no, we're not going to, that 2.7, even if that continues, that we're projecting $2 to $3 million less in revenue than we got last year. That money is, in the end, it's going to fall out like it does every year in the actuals. We end up having revenue fall out because we didn't count it. And that makes a difference in that $51,000 ending fund balance would be more like for about $6 to $8 million in 3 years, that we would have more money because we haven't budgeted for it. That's a kind of picture that I would like to see the board get.
So your multiple year projection that you do actually gives you that 3-year insight, right? And so I think one of the things that we do within the areas that we were able to save money, and I will say this year I think it was larger than normal, larger than I would like to see it if we were really able to hone in on what our expenses and what our revenues were. But I also know that we worked really hard to save money last year. And so you did have an extraordinarily high unaudited actual. Now, I know it's been kind of a trend here for CBOs. I think they really try to bring that number as close as possible so that you're not having this large unaudited actual. But for this year, I'm so grateful that we did and that we used all the different budget ideas that came forward from the budget committee and from the board and from the district to be able to actually save that money, because quite frankly, it did result in, I think it's almost $7 million that we were able to sit there now and kind of carry over to be able to help with that, with the budget deficits that we'll see as we continue to do the 3-year rolling average, right? That 3-year rolling average is going to be trending down. We actually did use real data tables to be able to sit there and look at that and actually project where we're going to be. In a couple of years, we're going to be closer to 4,000 students, not 4,500, if we continue on the same trajectory. And so you need to really think about where your number is going, and think about what the county office said to you. In 10 years, you've lost 25% of your students. don't think we're not looking at that trend when we're doing our projections. That's what you have to use. You have to use really good trend analysis to be able to do that. And so we went back to go take a look at that. If you want to look at your ADA and how much ADA you're bringing in, there's a couple interesting phenomena that happened since January, right? And we're losing butts and seats right now because people aren't sending their children to school. They are scared, they are concerned, and we are actually losing enrollment, or we're losing our ADA time, where we're not able to actually track that right now. So it's likely that even with the great idea of projection and having used good data, there's actually something new that's actually happening to us that we need to sit there and be aware of. We need to think about how do we communicate with our families to ensure that children are coming to school and that we're actually capturing that, because that ADA number may go lower the second half of this year than what we originally projected, because we've had something interesting happen over in Washington, right? So if you look at that national framework that's coming out, and the fact that our families are nervous and scared that something's going to happen to their children when they're in school, it's a real phenomenon that's happening right now. And we've been watching the trends. We watched it yesterday with the number of kids that we actually had significant declines. We had 218 kids absent at the middle school.
Over 60 at BGI, I believe.
So we are really paying attention to that. And I don't think it's because the kids are homesick. I think their parents are keeping them home because they're concerned and they're worried and they're sending a message out there. And so those trends will have an impact on us as we move forward. So again, that's an interesting piece. No matter what kind of data trend we looked at to be able to come up with a common average over the last couple of years, that might actually throw a little bit of a wrinkle into it as to what that looks like for the future. So I do think you need to, your crystal ball, and you know, Carrie Newt said it at our last board meeting, and he's absolutely right. I've said it before too. My crystal ball, Jose's crystal ball, any CBO's crystal ball is only as good as the data that you use to be able to come up with your revenues. And you need to make sure that you use good data, that you're using conservative data, and that you're using trends that you can sit there and really explain to the community and public as to how you came up with those. So it's important to look at what have been the trends for ADA, what have been the trends for our enrollment. We already know the 3-year rolling average is going to automatically go down because one year's going to fall off, and now we're going to have a new year that's going to replace it, right? And that number that we use to gauge our enrollments and to be able to gauge our revenues will continue to have a downward spiral, just as, you know, I think Member Hill and Member Thomas both have alluded to that there are concerns. And how do we go about tracking that? That is how we go about tracking that information and that data when we're developing the budgets.
You ready to go through?
Yep.
All right.
Just a couple things before we go any further. We have some very sensitive timelines that we have to be able to follow. So in order for HR to be able to prepare any kind of notices that need to be done, there has to be some timely decisions made, especially on some of these areas that we're looking at. The other thing I want to remind everybody that when we do any kind of layoff notifications, this is the preliminary notification to let staff know that there may be something that impacts them. Staff shared tonight. It may not be them. It may be somebody else based on bumping rights that might happen. So we have to look at that particular element. We have to look at the seniority list that goes along with it. And then depending on how the May revise goes, the board actually can go about rescinding the May notices once we have a better insight as to what the governor's budget looks like in May. So I want to just share those couple of things as we go through the budget slides. So I think we're looking at, no, you can go, actually the other way around. There we go. Keep going. Let's take a look at some of the recommendations that we're making.
16. There we go.
It would be helpful for us to have the feedback. We're really grateful to our board to sit there and spend the time. I'm really grateful to our community who has shared their concerns and how it will impact and affect our students and how it will affect their classrooms and how it affects our schools and the overall operation of our district. So looking at our current savings that we're looking at, the first one here is where we are looking at, and I'm going to actually ask, Chris, are you able to come online? Are we able to call him?
Is this slide already factored in to the like the deficit, like,
No.
it's not factored in. So this would be
This
like
would-
1.4 million already towards the deficit.
No. This would reduce the deficit.
This would reduce it,
hotline.
so this is not already being counted.
Correct.
Okay.
That line.
So could I make a suggestion? Sure. And that is that since we have to be, we have to be done with everything by 1, and it's 10:30 right now. What I'm wondering is if the board just kind of drives each slide and just says, okay, here's our question, what questions, and then we vote. We're going to vote on each one.
Yeah, I think voting on each slide's the way to go.
No, it would only help us in preparing what needs to be prepared for the 18th.
So all right. So let me rephrase. We will express our preference.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
We can state, a board member may state their opinion.
Correct.
About what we see, without taking any action. We're not allowed to state our opinion whatsoever.
So that's
And
not,
we're not having a
that's
discussion
not correct.
about it.
We're not. We can, number one, we're not taking action on it.
I think we're giving staff direction for us to be able to come back with a final resolution. And it's really the final resolution that really impacts what's happening.
So.
Can we ask questions about the slides?
Well, of course we can.
Well, I'm beginning to think we can't say anything.
Okay, so, so this one right here, these are already, line 1, it's already vacant positions. So that means that these are positions that have existed maybe for some time and that are not being filled. And so the belief is, and I'm throwing this out as this question, the belief is that if we got along without them right now, why do we need them going forward? Is that a fair statement?
Fair statement.
Okay, so.
Chris, would you like to say something?
No.
We can't hear you.
Nobody can get impacted, they were all open positions. Nobody can get impacted, they were all. 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 That's all. Sounds like you're doing great.
Okay, I think we understood that.
And then the second line item, this seemed to be an issue that was expressed during public comment about whether we are paying subs enough money, and then also whether we're turning people away. And I think that we need to have staff come back with more clarification around that.
So I can provide you with some additional clarification. We've actually had a decrease in the overall substitute need here in our district, which has actually resulted in the 96,965 savings, as well as we have made sure that we've realigned our rate pay to go along with that. And so our rate pay, we had noticed that there had been some unusual practices. Chris, can you hear me? And in those practices, we've actually reset to make sure that we are aligned to what the Board of Education had actually, I think at one point, I think it was higher because of COVID. There seemed to be some unusual practices that didn't seem to align with the
CBA.
With I don't know if it was the CBA, but I think with the district and with the board was expecting us to be paying for subs, and we've gone back and we've done that realignment. And I will just share with you that looked like. So currently for short-term rates, we spend $235 a day on subs, so it's just a daily sub rate. If it's in a long-term position, it's $270. And if a person in assignment does 15 days in the same calendar month, they get an additional $300.
So am I to believe then that no one will get paid other than those rates for subs going forward? Because that's what's in the CBA, that's what's agreed to.
I don't know if is it in the CBA, Chris?
Should be.
It's not. It's so, yeah, so it's not inside the CBA, it's something that is inside a recommendation, I believe, that was made by staff at some point here in the district, and we just wanted to make sure that it was staying consistent. Do we have anybody right now making more than that this current school year? So as of February 1st?
So if we put on our maximizing educational outcomes lens or hat, so item one, apparently we're getting along without those positions. Item two, I'm just concerned, those rates seem competitive to me. And I know that we, the board in the past, talked a lot about that and making sure that we had competitive rates in the area, since subs can go to different areas. But if staff can just double check that, and then, but more concerning is the person, the speaker that came up, and said that there are subs that are being turned away, and that we're not getting enough subs at the high school, for example, like for PE, et cetera, because my sense is that if there's an issue there, then I'm inclined to not support taking action to further reduce money there.
One other data point that I was just doing a quick search myself. So like if our short term is 235, Fremont is offering 244. And if our long term is 270, Fremont is offering 284. I guess it would be an open question. Do we think that that slight difference creates an incentive for subs to go to Fremont? Like, is that a sufficiently large difference that we think people are choosing to sub in Fremont over us? So yeah, $9 for short term and $14 for long term. Just a data point of comparison.
Could I ask another question? With the vacant positions, are any of those positions vacant, but the work that they would do is being currently spent on a contract employee?
So these positions are vacant. These are not positions that are being contracted out. These are not positions that are in any other category. So these are vacant, unfilled positions currently.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. So this is the one on certificated management, ripping a director, having a principal become an AP, and then one AP eliminated.
What I heard from the speakers coming forward is that they seem to be saying that we have too much management. So
Yeah. I heard the same thing from the speakers. Anyone else?
And I think as we get to be smaller and smaller as a district, we have to right-size our executive staff at our school sites, and I think this is appropriate.
Yes, Reverend Guiano.
Sorry about that. Absolutely, I think that as well is a big consideration. The both young ladies that came up did express that.
Okay, so on slide, is it 18 is the next one? Is that right?
Say 18.
If I could just go back and just share a little bit, and ask Trudy to come up and maybe just talk a little bit about our sub vacancies that have kind of occurred this past week, because we've had an issue with sub vacancies, in particular this week. Up until now, I don't know that we've had a huge issue, but if you could please come up, Trudy, and just share that particular piece, I would appreciate it.
So we talked about this in my department today, actually, and I talked to my sub-clerk. Yesterday was the very first day of this school year that we've had unfilled teacher subs, according to what her records reflect when they're calling into the system and doing it the proper way. There were 18 unfilled vacancies, 8 of which were certificated teachers yesterday, and 10 were classified positions. And then we had 5 unfilled positions today. Yesterday, however, was the Immigrant Recognition Day, so there were not only unfilled subs, but there were many, many students that weren't in classes because it was that national
Walkout.
Day Without an Immigrant. Okay, yes. So we're not sure if that's why, but she said that there has not been another day this school year that there have been unfilled teacher positions. She works very hard every morning to get that done. She comes in at 7, and that is her work.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to give you an update on that, just so you had a better understanding. Thank you, Trudy.
So this category seems to be potentially student-facing. And I think that one of the things that we heard from the members, and again, I think it's important to understand that although we had some speakers share their perspectives, it doesn't mean that everybody shares it, right? So I think we just need to take it into context. But I think that what we, the board, need some guidance on, because obviously we can't really talk about specific positions here, but I think we need some guidance to make sure that we're not having cuts in essential areas that are student-facing that are going to impact the quality of education.
Yeah, so I think this is something I think our staff has worked very closely with our principals and looking at the attrition alignment. We've been really monitoring what will look like to be able to roll up for next year based on our projected student enrollments using good data, right? Looking at, the numbers of students that we anticipate will be here in our district. We are looking at trying to make sure that we maximize the CBA. We understand that, there needs to be a little bit of wiggle room, but we are trying to make sure that we go up to those maximum numbers and that we also are trying to right-size the district as much as possible, which was, I believe, a district conversation from a couple years ago, so that we didn't have one school site that was sitting with only 15 kids in the class, that they would all be somewhat evened out. And I think the district's worked really hard. Is it a perfect science? It's not, but I think we work really hard to try to get there. Chris, can you add anything else to this particular assignment?
Go ahead.
We're going to be able to take care of the economy less and education and one requirement. I'm expecting to have 3 work, so we'll probably end up having no more than 10 potential layoffs on those lists for teachers that will be impacted final and part of the career marriage and ongoing class sizes and new class more education as well as education. And we will be within the parameters within the current part of the career. We call it high we call it class. So we can ensure the enrollment is being focused down and focused on necessary. There will be about 10 people that will be impacted through the layoff process. That's not being permanent. The March 44 meeting, we're about wherewithal to get decisions that will need this by agency treatment folks. And in addition to that, any teachers they off and they do work, then they will be placed in our priority subs immediately, and they will be our first line of subs until the insurance happens, where we can retire the staff costs.
So if some of this is designed to improve class size ratios, which is what I heard part of that. I think that that makes sense, but I think that we also need to be careful that there may be some program, or, so I guess the question is, are there certain programs that are going to be cut because of this, because they can't achieve certain class size targets?
I agree with that question, and I'd also like to ask if there's any, well, never mind, I'll wait.
Yeah, potentially, I think at the secondary level, as we look at maximizing class sizes especially, and trying to ensure that we have the right number of elective offerings at our secondary level, the right number of core subject teachers. Potentially, there are some programs that may not be on the master list that we will not be able to sit there and support. That is a possibility. And with that, I think that's something we have to look at, one, with our student interest, when our student interest comes in, to make sure that that's there as well. But we are definitely, in some cases, there would be a potential change in looking at whether or not at the secondary level we continue with programs like Project Connect, right? And that might be a couple periods. That person might be reabsorbed into doing something else that we need as part of the core subject to be able to offer our students a core teacher with the mastery that we need in that subject matter. Chris, does that make sense? Am I saying that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. So ultimately, the high school at 7.5 positions based on our staffing ratios and how many kids we're servicing for all the electives. So we have 4 non-re-elects that are under 7. That would be up to 3 that would be laid off. There's only 2 in the middle school that would be laid off.
It's really hard to hear and understand.
Yeah, so.
There were 2 speakers that mentioned class sizes of 34 students. Has there been any talk in the district?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question? We were trying to figure out how to get Chris with more clarity.
There were 2 speakers that mentioned increasing class sizes at the high school to 34. Is that just a rumor, or is there any thought of that?
We have a requirement to make sure that we follow the CBA, right? And if we go over the class overage, and sometimes it happens, and I'll give you a good example. At the elementary school, we have a family that moves in, and second grade is completely maximized, and they have a second grader and a fifth grader. We may want to keep the families together, and we may ask the teacher to go off and increase their enrollment size, and then we pay that differential, right? So there could be a differential that we pay versus bringing on a whole new teacher.
Right, I understand that. I'm just saying we're not going to be trying to negotiate a larger class size at the high school.
I don't know I think that's negotiation.
But I mean.
Right, so we're living within the CBA. You're saying we're
Anything
living
with
within the
negotiations would be brought to the board, and it would have to say class size consideration when we get to NTA for next year's contract. That is not in negotiations for this year from the 2024-25.
And so, and just by frame of reference, I'm not sure about member block, but at my school, obviously different school, different district, different union, et cetera. But I teach 5 periods, and each period is roughly about 33 kids. And I have some that are even 37. And I have not had an issue with providing a high educational experience for my kids. Now, if it starts to get over 40, I might start complaining. But it seems to me that when we're in that range, it's a reasonable number. That's just my personal opinion. But what I'm more concerned about is if there are potential cuts to programs that we haven't really thought through and discussed, that maybe we hold off on those. So we've heard complaints before, for example, about like band, and how the band program has not really been fully supported. And I know that some of this was maybe misunderstanding, et cetera. But I think that if these numbers include certain programs where they're going to completely disappear, that we might want to hold off on that and have a more detailed discussion later. That's just my sense.
So the question, Chris,
Those
is,
would be certificated positions, if you're
Yeah.
talking about
Yeah.
something like band. Um, it's talking about non-reelect, attrition and
No, but
retirement.
the second one, second line, certificated 8 FTE.
what are those 8 FTEs, RIFs?
Yeah, the
Eight FTEs are the potential risks based on class size. So again, we've been 9 teachers over in elementary for this year, so we're reducing that down by the reduction in force, which is layoff, and 2 at the middle school, and then the high school as well. We've already taken care of the 8 through attrition and non-reelects and retirements. The other 8 will determine over the next 4 weeks whether we have additional layout or additional attrition. We have a couple more non-reelects that we're processing. And then you're gonna have the amount of risks, which is the reduction in force, based on 4 leave of absences that are returning back to work that you have to have a position for. And then when you notice administrators, they actually have more seniority their first year because their hire date is 15th. So they actually have a right back to a class as well. So you have to eliminate through RIF processes, those people have a place to fall back into.
But what we're saying though is we need 16 fewer certificated
That's correct.
people next year.
We're
At this time.
Yes, ma'am. And right now, Nancy, for next year, we're already down to 8, right? Because I've already reduced 8 for the next budget year based on attrition, retirement, and non-reelects. So you're talking about 8 to 10 maximum, okay, that would be risk depending on what happens with the total budget number of $1.6 million. Yep, and 4 of the 10 that she talked about are in special ed, 2 of them are in middle school, and 2 of them are in high school, and 2 are not sure if they're gonna go. It's 8 to 10. I know she said 10. We have 8 that we have already penciled in, so if I get their notices, or if we get any more early retirements in the next 4 weeks, that's gonna be one less we reduce or present to the board on the board resolution on February 18th.
Okay. Are we ready for the next slide? All right, next slide.
So I have an opinion about the first line item. So, and I think that some of these people were at the meeting today. So my sense is when we're talking about the texts that are involved in CalPads and some of the other data entry, that I just think that that's a very sensitive area. And I think that we ought to be very careful there. And my understanding that is in the past that there was only one person doing that job. And then at some point there became 2. And so, maybe there's some efficiencies at this point where maybe we can consider 1 position, but I just think that it would be, I think it would be risky to eliminate both of those at this time. That's my opinion.
I had more of a question about like how it would work going from 2 IT techs down to 1. Like how would the allocation of responsibility go in that case? And then what would happen if we encounter a situation next year where, like let's say it becomes apparent that having 1 IT tech for the district is insufficient to meet the technology demands? Like what would we do mid-year in order to be able to adjust if that were to occur?
Absolutely, that's a great question. So we're going from 2 IT techs to 1 IT tech and 1 IT analyst. The analyst would take care of more of our new dashboard software that we're using, cybersecurity, phishing, all that phishing rather, that we're dealing with right now as a district. So it'd be more of a skill set analyst as opposed to just having 2 IT techs. So that's why it's a higher rate of pay for this analyst.
And similar also with the SIS CalPads, analysts, one of the things that we're looking at is making sure that the SIS system that we move forward in the future works well for us, that is actually collecting the data that we need so that we're not making the errors. We know that we continue to have a number of errors still inside the system. And it's difficult to work with, so we're actually taking a look. Staff has been reviewing various student information system programs that we may consider in the future, because this one might be becoming more obsolete as it does not work as well as Escape as some of the other platform systems do.
Are we ready to move to the next slide? All right, next slide, please.
I have a question about the interaction between this and the certificated management. So from what we heard in public comment today, it sounded like the plan, if Bridgepoint were to move, would be to then have the NMHS principal also oversee Bridgepoint. And so if there were a vote to reject the movement of Bridgepoint back to the Memorial High School campus, would that also impact the amount of certificated management layoffs that occur?
Williams?
Yeah, so the only administrator that's impacted by the Bridgepoint move would be the principal being moved into an assistant principal role. And that's a slight savings, but with a model of moving to the high school, if approved, then we have a principal that would oversee both sites, and that assistant principal would be doing the day-to-day and reporting to Mike Murphy. And then the 4 assistant principals, if we can just clarify that really quick, we have 2 APs at the high school and 2 at the middle school. I've had this discussion in closed session with the board. We would reduce 1 assistant principal at the middle school, which would be a part of that savings. And then the director that I have on there as well, or that we have on there as a team, is a director that's in a position that works with Karen. And that's about a $214,000 saving. I've already spoke with her. She's actually considering providing me a retirement letter by the end of this week, which would then absolve that position, and we wouldn't need it to go for a board resolution. That person would also have rights back to a teaching position if they chose to. So I offered that to her as well, and she said that's not what she wanted to do, and she felt like at this time that she's going to move forward with the retirement, but that's in her discretion. If that doesn't happen, then she would be reassigned and brought to the board on the resolution as a reassignment to a classroom or an eliminated position.
So if we put on our maximizing educational outcomes hat or lens or what have you, I really don't think that this is a right decision at this point. So my sense in hearing both the people that came, because there were a couple people that came during the liaison meeting to speak on this, and then we had a number of people to speak today, it seems that Bridgepoint is offering some unique services, and even though I understand that there may be some economies of scale, I think it could be very disruptive, and I don't think it's a good idea to combine it with the high school. I think if we were looking to relocate them to a different site, that really needs a more involved discussion, and I don't think it's the high school. So I mean, I'm not supportive of taking this action.
Are you talking just about Bridgepoint itself?
Yeah, the site and whatever's needed to provide the existing services that are being provided.
Understood.
This assumes that Bridgepoint would be moving to the high school, is that correct?
Yeah, but the only, again, I want to clarify this too for Aiden and any other board members in the community. The only impact, the Bridgepoint move is $500,000, which is an indirect cost in utilities, power of about $282,000. And then the rest of that would come out of employee costs with a counselor, clerical, and additional support staff, and the assistant principal moving to the assistant principal position. The other areas I want to make sure they're separated. The director has nothing to do with the move of Bridgepoint, and the 4 assistant principals moving to 3 has nothing to do with Bridgepoint either.
So, Chris, could you clarify it's a reduction in operating costs. You said something about, oh man. Well, and so that including utilities.
That's correct. So, yeah, so we did an assessment and analysis on that, and Jose, if I recall, is approximately $282,000. So it'd be a savings in power, water, gas, electrical, and then the additional money would come out of people that would be impacted. Now, most of the people at Bridgepoint, they're more senior on the staffing list as well, and it wouldn't have any impact on the teachers. Principal only to move to an AP role. There's also support staff, we have an intervention specialist, we have an additional secretary that would be absolved, but that person would have bumping rights into another position to move into, which would then create another person being reduced, because they would have to have a position to fall into, if I clarify that for you enough.
Yes, my other question was about the counselor, so they would not have their own counselor. Is that correct? They would they then be using Memorial's counselors?
That's correct, and they also have intervention support there, and that we would have to ensure that the kids are still getting one-on-one counseling, because it is a requirement, and they would still have enough. Remember, we only have 82 students that we're servicing at Bridgepoint as well, so we would be able to spread that group of population out to other counselors at the high school as well, or provide additional support through the intervention support.
Can I just share one more piece of information about this? So in looking at how staffing was funded here in the past, it got moved into the Learning Recovery Education Grant. You might remember that's one of the grants that we had a concern with that's actually overspent and that we're not anticipating funding for next year. So the majority of the staff that's over at Bridgepoint, a good chunk of them are coming right out of that grant that no longer exists, which means that this will be a direct impact the general fund for next year. So again, all these salaries that are not in there now for the general fund are being paid by a grant would be shifted. So it's important that we do that we think about what else do we need to do to make sure that we're able to live within our means. And I don't know that it was ever the right thing to do, but that's exactly how the program was set up from the time that the Learning Recovery Education Grant came in. The last 2 years, a good chunk of our staff was actually part of that.
So were those the staff that have been there? So we started paying the.
So example, you have, just to throw out, I won't use names, but two of our more senior teachers, one total compensation cost is over $150,000, and the other one's $136,800. So some of our higher level teachers at that site, two of them are actually taking out the LRE monies, which is Tracy just shared that money we've already spent, and we're actually going into the negative already. And we haven't been assured that that money is going to come through for next year. So then all those positions would then encroach on the general fund, and we would have to look at other offsets to make that happen.
Additionally, there's other staff members as well that are inside that particular grant, which actually adds to the concern. Not that I don't think the programs are important. As a matter of fact, if you all know me, this has been, I taught at the continuation school. I was a program administrator over alternative schools. I care very much so about the kinds of programming and opportunities that are there for kids and making sure that we have designed programs that support them along their educational journey. And much of several of the speakers that spoke this evening will certainly tugged at my heart because I know this is the importance of having an alternative program. What I'm trying to do is trying to make sure that it's cost effective as our number of scale continues to change over at the school from what it used to be in the past. And then looking at how this was actually budgeted in the past, like when the Learning Recovery Education Grant came in, I would assume at some point, although I have not researched this, I would imagine that the board must have known that when the Learning Recovery Education Grant came in, this is how the funding was going to be spent. I would hope that there would have been a spending plan that would have come forward with that grant.
Yeah, that wasn't for temporary, teachers or anything. Grants are.
So five psychologists that are built into that LRE and other support positions within that.
So it's not the teachers.
It's 2 teachers, 5 psychologists, a counselor, an intervention counselor, and a couple other additional clerical that were in support of the LRE monies.
But to the point that we were talking about at the beginning, that although, we may have money in the bank. If there's revenue that's going away, right, you're saying that this revenue is going away, then obviously that's gonna create a deficit. We continue to spend, right? And so therefore, and that then maybe encourages us to think that maybe there's some other areas where we want to streamline, and I think we just talked about a couple of those. So if we think that this is an important program, we just need to figure out how to pay for it.
Agreed.
I echo that. I think that just having these type of programs, it's really the growth. You're creating the lifelong learner. You're following, you're supporting the community as well. I live a couple of blocks away and I see the tall program. They're walking every morning. And that, they don't need transportation. They're guided by a couple of counselors. And it's just amazing to see this. They go to Safeway, Round Table, and these are the things that we have to focus on as well. Now, if the move happens to go to the Newark Memorial High School, my question is, where is it going to be stationed, or where are these facilities going to be? Given that we also have the culinary kitchen, that new stove that's coming in, all of these things we have to take into consideration, and it doesn't seem that the $500,000 savings is going to be savings, really.
We're still going to keep much of the staff that would be over there, so the teaching staff would still remain, right? Like, we would still put them over at the high school. We have identified a series of rooms that could be used and that could actually then be either fenced off. I do think that when it comes down to the TALL program, that we would have to look at how we would maybe make it so that they become acclimated. Like, maybe it's initially 4 days still over on the Bridgepoint campus and 1 day over on, you might take time to be able to sit there and make that shift, to be able to make that happen for those students. I think it also creates some new opportunities with other places where they could actually go to work and do some things as well. So there could be pluses and minuses. A brief communication with the ROP, which would probably hold back. Of course, they just did a renovation to the culinary program that's actually over at the high school as well, so that's also had some changes as well. I think we'd have to come back and provide you with some additional information. That's something that if you made a decision that you were at least willing to consider it, we would need to come back with a program plan for you as to how that would be implemented. And then if you needed to rescind that decision, you could still do that by May or even earlier, right? But I think to come back with a full-fledged plan would be the right thing to do.
Yeah, and one of the things that you just mentioned, just having a fence in between, we're already creating that separation. We don't want to have that if that happens to be, already the comments, the individuals, the alumni that were there, they felt that. And this is something that we want to go ahead and create community. We want to go ahead and open it up and make it seem and have that sense of urgency of us being together, the students being together, not separate.
Yeah, I would like to see a site plan that showed where this school would be compared to the high school, show how it's being separated, show how there will be restrooms, show how they will have food service. Something that doesn't have to be a full-blown architectural study, but something that we can look at that makes us feel comfortable that they are self-contained, that they will get more services as a result of going to the high school. And then maybe also talk about the empty space then at McGregor. And it's all it's a big jigsaw puzzle and it has to fit together. So they're leaving McGregor. What happens? What's our thought about McGregor and how are we going to go plan ahead for that property as well?
Again, I understand it's a difficult decision, maybe one that you can't support, but something I think that we need to consider as you watch the numbers change over there. It's something that needs to be on your radar screen.
That's fair. All right, next slide. Okay, the next slide is the classified, one clerical, 4 custodians. I believe Chris discussed this last time, kind of outlining this.
Yes. Yeah, we adjusted that from 4 to 2 based on feedback with Jose and the team and the new director as well, so that we can have a few more support staff to be able to provide assistance for subbing when the subs are out.
I do want to say that if you made the decision to keep Bridgepoint fully operational, we probably have to make an adjustment for the custodians on this particular slide.
Correct.
So it would have a nexus on what we're looking at there for that.
Okay, thank you. Ready for the next one? Or do you have a comment on that?
Yes, just a quick comment in regards to the 4 custodians. Question being the work orders that we have maintaining the schools, high school, elementary, how backed up are we?
Well, we were pretty backed up on that, remember, on Yano. We were, I believe, at maybe 600 work orders, and we're now, I believe, hitting, what were they, Maria? I know they were low 500s or maybe even 400s. Below the 500, right? So they've really been addressed, and Maria does take care of our work order system, so she knows exactly where we're at. But our new board director of MOT has vigorously addressed most of these work orders. So I think that's really been working out with the manpower we do have.
And the manpower, you mentioned a date. When was that? Since the beginning of the school year, 600 work orders, or since when?
Maybe, I would say 600 or right around a couple of years that it stood at that number. Right. So there's quite a bit of work orders that have been addressed in the last 4 to 5 weeks aggressively.
But one thing, though, that I would like for us to consider is anecdotally, we heard comments this evening from people saying that our facilities are dirty. And I've heard that from numerous people, and I've observed it sometimes when I've gone into facilities. And I think the $1 million question is this an issue where we are understaffed, or is it an issue where it's a personnel issue where we have people that are not doing their jobs, right? And I don't know the answer to that, but the solution needs to be, whatever it is that we need to have clean facilities. Because one of the things that our former superintendent said when she came in here, and I think that Superintendent Fakar has seen this as well, is that our facilities, the state of our facilities communicates the level of self-pride that we have.
Agreed.
And right now, does not look like we have a lot of pride. And that needs to change. And we're not going to get greater enrollment unless we fix that. So I think that we want to be really careful in cutting off our nose to spite our face. But if this is an issue where, there's certain people that are not performing, then we need to get people that are.
I echo that. It's pretty much, if we're trying to attract more people that are moving into Newark, into all these houses, all these new builds that we have to have beautiful facilities, inside and out. And in order for that to happen, we have to be at the helm. We have to make sure that this is happening, and individuals hold people accountable. Let's make sure that they're doing their job and that they're keeping our schools clean, and we'll start having people come and, start attending our schools.
I agree wholeheartedly on both of these comments from our board members. And that's exactly, these decisions that we have to make are tough, but we do need to make sure that we put policy and procedure and a roadmap. Where do you start your day as a custodian? Where do you end? What time you take a break? There's just systems that really need to be followed that have not been followed historically. So I agree with you.
May I ask?
Go ahead. That's one of the things, if we don't have enough custodians to cover or clean the restrooms, and there's a lot of restrooms at the high school, the middle school, you know, if we can't get to them, they're gonna go ahead and close them. If they're flooding, if they're dirty, they're gonna close the restrooms. So what's happening is that the children are not gonna be happy. The children are not gonna be safe in a safe environment. So we have to look into that because it does directly affect our children.
And this is our recommendation as your administration, is that we need this reduction in force so that we can actually be more productive. Any other thoughts on that, Mr. Williams?
No, I think a couple things to keep in mind. You know, we had 4 openings for almost a month and a half. And we got a few people that have been out on leaves. That does have an impact on it. And then what you're talking about, structures and systems to align to the expected outcome, have to be tighter and more aligned. So we actually put allocations and how many minutes does it take to clean a classroom? How many minutes does it take to do this and that? So we have a better understanding of what the expectation is and providing support. Obviously, you know, clean campuses do create a better atmosphere, and it also can reduce illness and sickness for staff and students. A lot of areas that we considered and talked about. But remember, we have, I believe, Jose, we have 8 custodians at the high school right now, right? And that's a large number on considering you have 1,350 students at that campus. So that's an area we have to look at.
That's correct. 2 day custodians and 6 at night.
So when we say we don't have enough people and you look at the number of classrooms, when you have 8 people in a ratio, you're baselined off a hospital clean, which school districts are usually at tier 3. The number of ratios per classroom used were a very high ratio. So we have to be able to consider that as we're going through, which we've done.
Okay, thank you. Let's look at the next question of the SPED department, and I have a couple clarifying questions. Thank you, Ms. Walker. When we're talking about a contracted 0.5 FTE nurse and roofing that, my understanding was that we had 1 district nurse, and so would we be cutting that 1 FTE down to a half a FTE? When you write, when this is written this way, explain, please.
Yes, happy to explain. So currently we have 1.5 due to the needs of the students that come in. So sometimes our students come in with specific needs that require a nurse, and then once we're able to train a health assistant to do some of those things like around diabetic training, we're able to reduce. And when students move from Newark elsewhere, then it changes the ratio. The other thing to consider is that these are contractors, and what we're looking to do also is to hire our own. And we know it's really tough around the United States looking for school nurses, so we're always looking. So that's the goal.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Member Hill.
Yeah, and then Dr. Walker.
Yeah.
So a lot of these cuts that we're talking about tonight, maybe the responsibility or the impact is diffuse.
Absolutely.
But in SPED, it seems that it's fairly concentrated under you, right? And so I think that you've been an excellent addition to our district, and I see you doing a lot of work, and and moving the ball forward. And so just want to make sure that if you say these are the things that need to happen, then I'm inclined to say, well, okay, you know better than I do. But what we want to make sure of, though, is that, as we talked about earlier, the expenses that are growing that we don't have control over is in SPED. And so again, I don't want us to end up cutting into muscle that potentially could be reducing those growing expenses. So can you comment on that?
Yes, and thank you so much. So when we get our students through the door with their IEPs, we look at the services and we look at obviously what they need in order to have their full offer of FAPE. So in reviewing each of the contractors' caseloads, based off of what we have and what we project for next year, we don't need a 1.0. We can do it at a 0.5. Now, understanding in special education, we serve the students with whatever they have on their IEPs. So it is more fluid than in other places. So a student comes in with particular service, despite what we might bring up here, we deliver and we provide the services and supports that the student requires as written in their IEP. And I want to just make sure that we're all understanding that the contractors are the ones that are being released. Our goal in SPED department is, like all of Newark Unified, is to build the capacity of our own classified and certificated staff. So, and it's much more costly for a contractor. So in reducing, we actually get more when we're able to provide our own people.
So given that, if we're eliminating a lot of contract positions and then planning on replacing them with full-time with FTEs, is that the savings after you hire these new people? Or
As needed. So once they're eliminated, we do not foresee needing a 1.0, but when we do, and when we are in the position to do so, opening it up and flying that and hiring it for a Newark versus a contractor is a way.
So basically, these are temporary savings.
There you go. Well, no, I don't think so. Not unless we
No.
triple. That's the goal. Is we're not going to be increasing to the point where this is just for 3 or 4 months, and then I'm going to come to the table and say I need a 1.0.
So can I just share something? Although this is on for the reduction, this really isn't something that you necessarily have to vote on because it's really part of the contract. And so it's something that we would just reduce down. We wanted you to know where the savings was coming from. And staff has worked really hard to be able to sit there and identify that. It's possible that if we had students that came back and that had a need, we may have to go off and make a recommendation to you that we need to do something different depending on, you don't always know who your students are going to be. And, you may have a student that transfers in from another district, and so you might have to go off and go do something. And so I know staff has worked really closely with this.
Great, thank you. All right, so we are now looking at slide 24 under technology and think together. So the next slide, please, yeah.
So I don't have any particular questions on this slide, but I just wanted to kind of get a sense of okay, so when ultimately the voting does occur on this, will it be slide by slide? Is that how it's going to work? It'll be okay, let's cast a vote on the proposed cuts on this slide, or how exactly will it break down?
No, actually, I think maybe I can share a little more, maybe Chris can chime in as well. So for the reductions in staff, it's actually a resolution that you have to actually take as to what you're doing, right? It's very specific.
That's correct. Yeah, so what will happen in the next 9 days, right? We've already set out the seniority list of the classified. So they're reviewing to make sure everything's correct on their hire date and their information. Certificating will go out on Thursday or Friday. They'll do the same thing. And then what we'll be doing is we've already had the board resolution prepared. They'll actually list names of the employees that are impacted in their positions. Those will be brought back on Tuesday night on February 18th for information. And then you'll have further time to discuss those positions. And then on March 4th, the board resolution will require action item. And then if that is approved, everyone that's on that list will receive a certified letter and U.S. mail between Wednesday and that Friday following. It has to be delivered in hand by March 15th. And between March 15th and May 15th, if there's any recensions or notices, we have a right as a district to notify those employees. So for example, if I just hypothetically say we laid off 5 teachers and we have 5 additional retirements, I would then bring it to the board and recognize that those 5 have been taken off the board resolution because we've had attrition and those people can fall back into those spots. But the 2 crucial points, just to keep it very simple, legally, you're required to bring it as an information item, which will be February 18th with a list of all employees impacted. And then on the March 4th, it'll have that same list, but it'll be moved from a information item to an action item that has to take action because we're required by law to notice every employee by March 15th that are negatively impacted through a RIF process. And again, RIF, as I've shared with you guys, is just meaning reduction in force based on work, not based on any performance. It's all workload. Hopefully that helps and clarifies that.
So, Mr. Williams, just to maybe add a little bit of additional clarification. So I think what you're saying is that we're talking today at a very high level and non-specific level. We're not talking about specific employees, even though you've identified specific positions. However, when we come back on the 18th in closed session, you are going to discuss these specific positions and these specific employees, and we're going to be making a decision on what we agree with and what we don't agree with. Is that a correct statement?
Half of that is correct. All the information other than it'll be done in open session. We can discuss it on potential litigation in closed session, but we'll also bring that in forward. You will have to vote on this action item. It's the only personnel matters in general that you have to bring in public because it's required by law that its action is taken in open session.
Correct. And so maybe to assuage Member Block's fears, this is not the federal government, and you don't have to vote on a bill before you find out what's in it.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, and it's actually correct.
We also
That's
encourage you to
correct.
put trailer bill language on there too, please.
I guess to extend the metaphor, it means we can vote on many small bills rather than an omnibus bill.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah, watch out for that pork.
Yeah, and just so you guys know too, and for some of you that have the unfortunate experience to have to go through this, it'll be a one resolution with every name and position attached to it. So you guys have a right to consider the one as a whole to approve the board resolution as a professional is what I would recommend. However, you guys as a board has the wherewithal to pull off individuals on that list or positions off that list at that time. And they don't have to be brought back as an action item, just like any action item would be done in open session.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yep, hopefully that helps.
I think it provided a lot of clarification between all of you speaking to your parts, so thank you very much.
Yep.
Let's see, we are now on reductions or restructuring considerations. And
I could start off as we shared with the central enrollment. We are trying to provide additional support in the central enrollment, which would then increase two of the employees to going to 8 hours and one employee going from 11 to 12 months. I also want to highlight.
Hold on,
Oh,
Chris.
sorry. Okay.
What slide are we on? What slide did you reference?
25.
Slide 25.
I think that's.
So it's right after the red mark. Go back up.
I think you need to go back one slide. I think we're just not on the right slide.
Yeah, just back up one. Yeah. No.
Is there one more? Let me check.
No. We were on the correct one.
Okay.
25.
So we are speaking on the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant, Chris, and the Learning Recovery Education Block Grant, Puente MCA.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you guys were still in the positions. That's actually, Karen would actually express information or provide information on the potential cutbacks on those specialized programs.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Yep.
Going back to the previous slide, if we did all those savings that you're recommending, our total savings would be 5.9 million, right?
That's correct.
So
yes,
if that would be a reduction of, that would leave us only about a $2 million deficit for the following year.
I want to clarify here, because I'm sorry, but I don't think that those projections are correct. I do not see how our expenses are continuing to be forecasted going up when we're making cuts. I really want staff to go back and take a second look at this. Because how did we go from $500,000 in a deficit to now 5.1 this projected this year to then 7 or 8? Does not make sense to me. It does not make sense to me.
I'm just talking about the unrestricted. I didn't.
But they were saying expense, right? I mean, those numbers don't make sense. And I mean, again, if we're cutting, expense should be going down, right? And so the question is if your revenue is going down, you just need to make sure that your expense is going down at the same level, right? But again, you guys got to prove to me that those forecasts, because like especially when you get out to that year 2, I don't believe those numbers. I'm sorry.
You know, these numbers are what's currently encumbered for this fiscal year.
No, I'm
As
talking
just
about
in the
26, 27.
So if you go back up,
Because those are forecasts, right? And right now, these forecasts have all sorts of assumptions in them. And I think that we really ought to go back and scrub that.
no, back up more.
But I don't think we should belabor the point. Okay, so if we're correct right now, we're projecting a $5.1 million deficit by the end of this year. So that means that that's our number right now that we're gonna cover. I still think that number is actually partly one-time costs. I mean, so it looks like we had a hiccup in our procurement of books and materials. So it looks like we overshot our forecast, right? That's what it looks like, that has influenced this number for this year. So, and again, but what I cannot understand is, I can understand revenue going down, but I cannot understand costs going up if we're cutting. So somebody.
Highlight one thing, Aiden, I know you guys are all highly intelligent, but remember, every year there's indirect costs that you may not see. For example, PERS costs this year went up 0.50%, which was an increase in expenditure that we don't have control over. And then one last piece, which you guys are all aware of, usually there's a 2.2% increase just on step and column on an annual basis for people to be able to move over on their step. So that's a potential increase in cost that you can't eliminate because you're bound by the contract as well.
So even though I was born in San Francisco and raised in Berkeley, my ancestors must have come from Missouri. Because I'm sorry, you guys got to show me, right? I have to see concrete numbers, but I don't want to belabor it because I think we're already running late, right? So, but all we got to solve right now is we just got to solve this coming year, and that's roughly the number that's going to hit it, right?
Okay, and I would like to take it one step further and say, if we approve 5.9 million in reductions for next year, what will be the remaining structural deficit going into year 3?
If you look at the breakdown slide number 14 on your computers there at the dais, you will see that there's a $7 million shortage as we start off with. Once again, whether you follow these numbers or not, that gives you just a snapshot of some of these salaries being recovered and some of these services as well, some of the expenditures in slide 14. You'll see the breakdown. That will make a difference, Member Thomas, to answer your question. Is it going to be exactly $2 million? Is it going to be exactly $3 million? Right? Once again, these are forecasts. So it will affect your bottom line there, your shortage that we see on the breakdown on slide 14. It's the breakdown slide.
Since we've got an hour and 15 minutes left, on a lot. So on that last slide that we were just on and the other slides, I mean, I would like to suggest to the board that we, because you're just saying additional considerations. The next slide. I would like to suggest to the board that we punt on this for right now. I mean, Because again, it's considerations, right? We can look at it. Just one question, vendor change for extended learning program, is that thing together?
Yes, and so
Okay.
basically what we've been trying to do is the ELOP grant, it's funded at about, I think it's 1.9 million for the ELOP grant. We are spending more money on the ELOP grant, and what we would like to do is make sure that our program is within what the grant dollar amount is.
Right,
So
so,
we would be looking for maybe like an RFP to be able to ask for other vendors to come in, give us proposals, and make
Right.
sure that we're living within the grant proposal piece.
right, so to clarify for some of the speakers that were coming here earlier, there was a fear that we were taking away Think Together, and what you're saying is that we're not taking away the service, we're just reevaluating who the vendor should be and try to make sure that it fits within our funding.
Correct.
Great.
I think I just have like one slight thing to say on these last couple of slides, just maybe for future presentations, having some sort of disclaimer at the top of like, just because something is on here doesn't mean it's going to be cut, because we've just heard a lot of like fearful comments from community members. They see a program that's beloved on this list and, it creates a lot of panic. And, I wonder if just having a clearer disclaimer at the top of a presentation next time to be like, just because something is on here does not mean it is imminently going to be cut. This is just a discussion. I just think it could help like lower the anxiety, so that community members don't kind of constantly fear that their beloved programs are on the chopping block, unless that is like truly something that has been like fully fleshed out and is actually fully being considered. I think is something that would help us have these conversations in a way that doesn't cause unnecessary anxiety.
Also, just a reference, a couple of members from the community mentioned if we could also have the presentation in Spanish, since we do have majority of individuals that come from the community, to have that displayed as well.
That wouldn't be a problem. I'm bilingual, so I can translate it.
Okay, so as we look at, starting with slide 25, which is the additional reduction and restructure considerations, it sounded to me from what you were suggesting, Member Hill, that we postpone looking at these tonight. And so my question would then be to staff, can we do that? Can we wait on kind of going through the potential reduction and restructuring considerations? And what would be, is it possible to push this part of our discussion to the 18th?
So, Mr. Williams, we have February 18th for the, yeah.
Well, that's, honestly, with the program being reduced, I don't think we've gone into any details about what that impact is to the board. But if it impacts anyone that's a permanent employee, you do not have time to do that. So, ultimately, you're not gonna be able to put them on a board resolution and then have that discussion for input the same evening, because you're gonna have to make a double decision on it. But the program reduction doesn't necessarily mean there's people reduction, and that's what has to be explained.
Okay, so I guess what we need to hear then is which of these program reductions would affect staff that we would then that would then be impacted by these decisions.
So
That's correct.
Yeah.
And Jose and Tracy, I saw you a text too. The $5.9 million does not include any of these potential reductions on the last two slides. So I want everybody to know that. So the 5.9 already includes every position that we have. Out of that 5.9, 1.3 has already been reduced on the open positions. So then the remainder of that, and anything on the last two slides would be in addition to the $5.9 million.
So if I could just share with you, in looking at these additional restructuring considerations, we felt it was important to go off and at least call them out because they may not be living within the means of the amount of dollars that we're receiving. It's something that staff has to be fully aware of, right? And that we make sure that if this is the money that we have for this, that we either shift the staff that needs to be back into the general fund, here like in the next, if it's a fund that's going away this coming year, we want to do it obviously immediately. Like we're really concerned about the LRE. we know that that's way over and we're gonna have to do something with it. Doing a vendor change and living within the means of the ELOP, that's a whole different story, right? Like, we could probably do that and make that actually happen. The Puente program, my understanding, only had about $20,000 that was actually allocated for it originally, and it's spending $30,000 more than what the original intention was.
Go ahead.
And I think we need to make sure that it's something that their SIPSA is gonna continue to sit there and fund and support, because that's what's actually picking up some of the difference for the additional field trips that's going on. I know it's been a concern with the board. It was put on here just for one that we could go back and go monitor. Same with MCA. MCA has been underneath the program improvement. They've been working very closely with the state. You may recall we took them to Lighthouse Academy, and they actually have a mentor that's working with them to try to come up with strategy. So again, we continue to watch it. It was one that we were watching from last year. So I just want to make sure that you know that these are on our radar screen. We're aware that these may sunset as far as, you know, the ability to be able to pay for some of the things, and we're just very closely monitoring it.
So my question, just because I know we've talked about Puente multiple times and we've asked to have a presentation about which students are the students that are a part of the program. Would that 50,000 come down if depending on the number of students that are in the program? Or would that not affect that dollar amount that we seem to be going over what's budgeted?
I think there's two things I think I've heard the board talk about. Is one, how do we do a recruitment for Puente and to make sure that the intent of Puente is to be able to serve the student population that we needed to serve, and whether or not that's is adequately being done. I think that was one of the concerns I think I've heard the board talk about in the past, right? It's kind of a program piece. I don't know if I can speak to either one of those because I don't actually have the report.
Yeah.
But it's something I think it's something that I know you've got concerns with. I've also heard concerns about the number of field trips and the cost of the field trips.
Yeah.
Right? That's also been something that the board has talked about here in the past year. This is one of the reasons why it's kind of on the list, at least it's on the radar screen. Mm-hmm. Like, do we need to be able to sit there and watch that and monitor it? Where are the funds coming from? If the funds are coming from our general fund to be able to help offset or from our LCAP. Even if it's coming from SIPSA, I don't think it really matters where it's coming from, but if the intent was to only spend XYZ amount of money, and we're spending more than what we said we were gonna do when we took on the grant, that has been a concern I know that's been brought up from other board members. So, again, that's one of the reasons why it's here. The biggest one, though, I think that you really have to pay attention to is the one that's in red, that we are running in the red on. Mm-hmm. That 1.602 is a real concern because it actually has people in it. And that grant no longer right now has the funding that's coming in for 25, 26 that we're aware of inside the governor's budget. It was promised that we would be seeing the money that's coming this year, but it's currently not in his January proposal that he had. I know the website says some other things. There seems to be some contradictory things with it. We continue to monitor, and we know that we're running in the red already. So we just want to make sure that we're calling that out because we're really concerned.
So do we have to do a March 3rd or whatever it is notice for people that are being funded by that?
Repeat. Mr. Williams.
Well, there's one of the programs that are actually all contracted employees outside that we would not have to notice, which we talked about, and that's where we're gonna have to determine any in-house employee that we would have to notice before and during that process of the February 18th and March 4th deadline.
I'm talking about the learning recovery education block.
People that are in it and how we're gonna do it. So obviously there are positions that we need to continue supporting. It's gonna have to come back onto the general fund. So the general fund expenditures are going to go up to that same dollar amount, right?
So that's my question. Do we have to notice anybody in this program?
I don't think we can. I think the people that are in there are people that we need to retain.
Okay, so again, we're making the cardinal sin of having permanent employees funded with one-time money.
Yes. Yes.
The Project Connect program, for example, costs at least $50,000, right?
I don't know how much it costs. I know there's a couple sections of
Yeah, the two sections would be at least that.
So they could be reabsorbed, like I said, back into doing other kinds of things. I think it's a program thing that we have to look at from the school side. I don't know that there's necessarily a cost savings, other than you would be supporting, students with whatever class that perhaps, is credentialed for, right? And we make those kinds of decisions all the time within our master schedules.
Just a quick clarification on the 50,000 for the Puente. Is this based off of elementary, I apologize, for middle school and also high school, for both?
Correct.
Most of the funds are allocated for field trip usage, is that correct?
No, not completely.
Because of the transportation, the buses is
I
really.
think it's a piece of it.
Okay.
What I understand is that there's some match monies that come with it. A bunch of this is for the field trips, but I believe there's also money to actually be able to have a staff member help and support it as well.
Has there been any analysis of elementary field trips? They've gone up exponentially, I think, in the last several years, and where you're using outside charter buses for that, and it's very expensive. Is there any thought about looking at historically what we've done, and if we need to have that many?
Yeah, we are looking into some contracts like with First Student and others that are out there, and seeing what that reduction might be based on our numbers historically here in the district, how much we're spending on that.
So I'm sorry, we need to come back to this learning recovery education block grant. If we have $1.6 million in revenue disappearing, that means we need to get rid of $1.6 million in expense. And so I would appreciate if staff can look at, do we just need to eliminate everybody that's associated with it, all expenses associated with that? Because it's revenue that's going away. If not, how are we going to pay for it?
It wouldn't be possible to do that though, because some of those people are like certificated staff with seniority. Like that's not possible.
Well, but so that's sort of my point, right? Is that if that then needs to go reallocate right into bump, and then and I know it's messy, but like this seems to me to be the the burning platform right now. If you're saying that we don't have that for next year's budget, that needs to get addressed ASAP.
Agreed. And like I said, we learned about it more. I caught that we were running in a deficit in our first interim and somewhat wondered about it. And then when we sat there and looked at the number of positions that were inside of it, at first I was wondering, like, did we make an error? Did my team make an error when we were trying to correct the budget last year? And then I discovered, no, it wasn't us. It's always been there. That's exactly how those positions have been funded now for multiple years. And so you need to know it wasn't a mistake that happened this past year. It was how the actual program was designed. And you can actually see, if you go back further, I mean, like I said, it's funding a big chunk of Bridgepoint staff that's in there. So that's a piece of the staffing that's in there. A big piece of our psychologists with special education are in there. There's a number of positions that are in there that support that truly, as we started looking at it, are those positions that we need to have? Yeah, I think we need to keep all those things. If we don't, then we need to make some adjustments as to how our programs are being run that go along with them, which really was one of the reasons why really it was like, okay, like where else can we save money at to be able to kind of make this a win-win?
But the thing that I feel uncomfortable about, Superintendent, is it seems like we're making an assumption that all that revenue is going away, but none of the expense is going away. And so I think that we really need to take a fine-tooth comb to say, of all the things that we're spending that 1.6 million on, are they all necessary?
Okay, I hear you.
And if they are, that adds 1.6 million to our deficit.
Yeah.
That's correct.
We have been on this particular line item for about 2 hours. I think we've had a productive discussion, but I do feel like, in all fairness, we really probably need to move on. We have a couple speakers that still want to speak to some issues, and one of which who has been extremely, well, both have been very patient, but
Very much so.
very, very patient, and we really do appreciate that. Can we move on from this at this time? Okay, fantastic. All right, so I am going to,
Board President, I can share with you that if you needed to table the OCAP accountability report, we actually have until the 28th of this month to be able to turn that in. So it could be presented on the 18th, although I recognize that the 18th is going to be a very full and very busy month, or very busy meeting. So I'm just letting you know that it could be tabled. The other items go relatively fast that we have, I think, the rest of this.
yes.
And again, just to set expectations, we have 1 hour. We cannot extend past 1 hour, and we still need to go recess in a closed session.
Right, go ahead.
I would make a motion to table 10.4 then, and we can circle back at the next meeting.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I know that all of you will just be in high anticipation for.
So if we're going to do that, we have a motion from Member Block. Do we have a second? Oh,
Yes, I second that.
Member Aguiano, great, thank you.
I noted that on the actual presentation, since it's under information.
Oh, perfect.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Okay.
that's wonderful.
I think you still
I think we
need-
still need to have a
You
vote
still need to have a vote.
to table it at this point, so.
Because they already adopted their agenda, so they're modifying their agenda to bring this meeting, to bring this back. So I think
Okay, so just do a manual vote then?
Yes, please.
Okay. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Okay, motion carries. Karen, thank you so much for holding off on that. All right, Jacob Goldsmith on 11.1, thank you for your hours and hours of patience.
This has been a passion project since February 2024, so I'm staying up late to bring it home, and thank you for the work you've all done tonight, board and staff. I'm Jacob Goldsmith. I teach math and AP Computer Science at Newark Memorial High School, and it's a strange time to be bringing a little good financial news, and this does pale in comparison to the budget issues our students, staff, and community have been highlighting. But without building a well-funded foundation of teaching and learning, none of what we're about to talk about in this item can succeed. I want to give a very, very brief history of what led us into the grant approval we'll be talking about in this item. In 2016-17, our school, Newark Memorial High School, was among the first schools in the nation to teach AP Computer Science principles. I've been the teacher for the class since then. And in 2020-2021, we made the decision to add an additional course, AP Computer Science A, developing it into a pathway, and to build our Star Lab maker and learning space, which did involve significant investment of funding and time and energy from the district. From 2021 through 2024, the district continued to provide financial support for this, which has now been, I believe, zeroed out, and for which we continue to have immense gratitude. So we currently have a 2-course AP Computer Science pathway at Newark Memorial High School. Approximately 25% of all of our graduates take at least one AP programming course. We also have a CS for All initiative, where we reach out to all students, whether they enroll in programming or not, with at least 1 day of programming lessons in their math classes, so we can honestly, authentically say all mainstream students at Newark Memorial High School are exposed to programming lessons. We are 3 times
the Alameda County average of enrollment for women and students of color in our courses, and we have been recognized by being invited to share our story at statewide science and computer science conferences. And we're going to be hearing about a grant that will bring more funding to the district than the total amount that the district has invested into this program. And I'd like the board to consider that as you consider cutting other programs, their potential to grow and even fund our district. Because of the grant we're going to be hearing about, we have 0 future planned budget requests from the district, I'm happy to share. And I hope that the district can have the courage to take on the task of building and strengthening academic programs, even while being mindful of budget cuts. At the middle school, they mirror what we do at the high school with the elective wheel and, well, with the computer science course in the wheel, and then with an additional elective computer science course. Our elementary schools, however, are lacking a coherent, organized plan to bring age-appropriate programming experiences in an equitable way to all elementary schools. Now, I do want to acknowledge the work that is underway to bring staff into those positions, and it takes work, but it doesn't have to cost money, just the will to hold it as a consistent priority. So my call to action while we celebrate our accomplishments at the high school is that we work to build a program at the elementary schools that will expose all students to programming and give all students who want to dive deeper the opportunity to do so. I also want to thank the rest of the team that's been a part of this, including Heather Decker, who was the coordinator as this began, Scott Jorgens, my colleague in teaching AP Computer Science at the high school, who's been instrumental, Leonor Ribasura, whose leadership was key to bringing this into life, and Tom Hansen at MVROP, who I believe got this ball rolling with a 5 a.m. phone call in February 2024. So I'm excited to hand this off to the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick note to Jacob and the team. I really want to thank you for your work on this. They originally wrote for a little bit more money than what we received. However, we're going to come back, we're going to do some budget realignment, and we'll be making those recommendations to the funder to make sure that we are in line with a new budget based on the award amount that we received. This has been sent off to CDE as an informational item.
Great, thank you so much. All right, so we are at 11.1, as Mr. Goldsmith was saying. So, fire away. Is the car?
Yep, this next item I'm going to turn over to Assistant Superintendent Quintana.
So this line item here, 11.2, a new business, is basically we give a little history on this resolution, and we wanted to present this because the timeline here, the template that we do have, is that the resolution 223.24.41 that was brought forth in June of 25th reflected these numbers of $2.6 million in facilities improvement, which is our focal point here, into our new resolution that was presented on July 15th of 224.25.01, a deduction of $900,000. And when we go into the resolution, the next column, that was brought before September 3rd, this is reflected the same number of $2,680,000. It should have been corrected at $1,780,000 with that deduction of $900,000. So this was simply a typo that was brought forward, and we're bringing resolution 2024.25.19 so that we can bring to consideration for approval of the committed fund balance with the corrected dollar value reflected.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. As we move on, did you basically go over 11.3, or are we moving on to 11.3?
No, I basically mentioned 11.3 with the correction of facilities improvement at $1.7 million, $1,780,000, giving us the committed fund balance. That reflects the accurate number of $13,217,006, which reflects on our accounting system for the district and the county.
Okay, we have a speaker on this, Cindy Parks.
Sure.
Gonna say a whole lot more about this, but I think we beat this to it's a dead horse now. But I do believe there's a typo under furniture replacement that shows the number 12 in front of furniture replacement. Is that a typo?
On item 11.2 or 11.3?
Oh, 11.3, fifth line down.
Yes, it is a typo. Thank you.
All right.
Just again to validate, right? We're talking about taking money in the general fund and we're committing it to specific categories. But what I would like to suggest is that this should all be flexible, right? And at the end of the day, if we need to spend it on other stuff, we spend it on other stuff, right? And especially like in the facilities area, since we've just now passed a bond, right? That's money for facilities should really be coming from that. It should be coming from the general fund. But I'm indifferent to, slicing and dicing our general fund, just as long as we say we're not gonna spend any money until we have a discussion about it.
It's required.
I think it's required that we approve the adjustment for the corrected, and that they cannot spend any money unless they bring it to us for approval first. So with that, I recommend, I move that we vote on the resolution. Approve it.
I second.
Okay. Member Thomas moves, Member Hill seconds.
Should we vote to approve it with the removal of the typo of the 12?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
I'll accept that friendly. With the correction of the
Sorry,
typo.
I assumed, but I know we can't assume. Okay. With the typo in line 5, with the 12 in front of furniture, Member Thomas motioned and Member Hill seconded.
Correct.
And can we have a vote, please?
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Motion carries. 11.4, Superintendent Vacar.
11.4, this is a meeting request to ask you to change your study session to include a study session and regular board meeting to be done on February 18th in recognition that we have a number of items to be able to present in addition to the study session because of the layoffs. We are asking that you make this a regular meeting. So the study session first, which would start at 5:30 for the study session, and then 6:30 for any type of closed session, and the regular school board meeting starting at 7:30.
Motion to approve item 11.4.
Can I get a second, please? All right. Member Block approves, Member Hill, or motions, Member Hill seconds. Can we have a roll call, please?
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Motion approved, or carries, sorry. We are now at consent agenda personnel item. Does anyone want to pull this for any reason? Okay. Can I get a motion, please?
I move to approve the item 12 consent agenda personnel items, 12.1.
I'll second.
Okay. Member Hill motions, Member Block seconds.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Motion carries. All right, moving down to non-personnel items.
I'd like to make a motion to pull 13.8.
Okay, any
Or I'd
other?
like to make a request, I'm sorry, I'd like to request.
You don't even let me ask the question before you just are right in there.
In addition, staff would also like to pull 13.3 for a discussion.
Okay, so 13.3 and 13.8 and 13.15 as per Ms. Parks. And Ms. Parks would like to speak on 13.15. Do we want to do that, or do we want to take the vote on the rest of these? Okay, I'd like to have a motion for 13.2, 13.4 through 13.7, 13.9 through 13.14. Could I get a motion? And a second.
I second.
Okay, Member Thomas moves, Member Hill seconds. And we'd like to take a vote on 13.2, 13.4 through 13.7, 13.9 through 13.14. Ms. Lemus, could you please do roll call
Yes.
for the vote?
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Motion carries. All right, going back to 13.3 to the quarterly report. Superintendent Picard.
Thank you. The quarterly reports have been very problematic to me since I've arrived here at the district. I want to share with you just a little bit of history. The quarterly reports allows for staff to be able to make recommendations on contracts that are under $57,400. With that said, we appreciate the fact that staff allows us to do that, but I feel that we need to bring these back to you in a more timely manner because there are a number of errors that have been noted as these have been signed off. And I want to give you some examples of what you're going to see in this report because, again, I continue to see a number of problems that we have. So if you look at the Wellness Together at Kennedy, in this particular line item, the person who signed off on it doesn't have the authority to sign off on this dollar amount. So I'm very concerned. So it should have come to staff, it should have come to the principal first, and then it should have been brought over to the business services department for the CBO to sign off on. Again, this was something that happened. If you also look at the date actually is retro back to June. Again, another problematic piece that occurred, right, that is really now coming to my attention, and it creates a problematic concern that I see. Again, this is us right now just being very transparent about these concerns and my recommendations that we stop the quarterly report process and that we bring these back in a more timely manner so that even if we authorize it at our level, we're bringing it back to you in a more timely manner for you to be able to ratify.
So, are you suggesting that instead of quarterly, that maybe we see contracts on a monthly basis?
Yes, I am.
Great.
I'm really concerned about it, and I have not really seen this practice. I'm grateful that you give us the opportunity to be able to sit there and evaluate things that need to be done and for us to be able to move forward. And I would just ask that you would still allow us to continue doing that, but that we bring this back to you more timely so that we're making sure those checks and balances are happening immediately and they get all the right eyeballs on it and they actually get placed on the agenda. It's just a concern that I really have sitting out there. There's a couple other ones on here too. Let me just see if I can.
But just to echo, this one example, this is a concern that I think that we've been raising for the past couple of years, right? That we have serious issues in procurement.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there are people that are not only requisitioning things, but approving them and then selecting the vendor and then potentially even authorizing payment, I don't know, which is a complete violation of internal controls.
Absolutely.
And so we need to get this fixed.
We also want to be able to protect staff, right? Let me just share with you. I know there were probably good intentions that were done with this, but I want to make sure that we're protecting staff because they don't have that authority, and this could be problematic for them. And I just don't want that to be something that happens. And so we do need to have better internal controls. We know there's a problem. It's been something that the board has discussed with me over the past year. And the more I looked at this, I was really uncomfortable. There's actually another contract that's actually not on here that really concerns me because it's an old evergreen. And I actually sent it back to collect more information because I'm not in favor of doing evergreen contracts that were signed back in, I don't know, what was it, 2011? It was like way long ago, like it was way past its extensions and has not been reevaluated, right? And again, it was something that was, being recommended that we go off and sign off on this thing. And I've actually kicked it back. The vendor is now having to come back and come work with us because I've got serious concerns that should not be happening from a contract standpoint. And so I feel like this is a better way for us to get ourselves in line. Again, grateful for the opportunity to be able that you give us, that if we feel that we have a necessary expense and it can't wait, that you give us that ability, but we want to bring it back to you in a more timely fashion, which I realize will be difficult for staff because they're used to having a different process, but it also lets us get our eyeballs on it that much quicker.
Any questions? All right.
I move
Sounds like
to
a good
approve.
idea, thank you.
I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Hill motions, Thomas seconds. And a roll call when we can, please.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
All right, motion carries. Down to 13.8, please.
So I'll make it quick. So I know that the superintendent staff have done yeoman's work over the past year. Again, it's really remarkable how much work has been done. And so, but the fact is that we're all human and we only have so many hours in the day. And so there are still things that are on our plate. And one of the things that was a part of our board goals, but that we haven't been able to get to yet, is we talked about having a dashboard for school safety. And again, I know that hasn't been like the number one priority, and so this is not a criticism. But as I looked at it's the SARCs, right? Is that what we call them? Or no, it's the CSC. Yeah. So comprehensive school safety plans that. I read the same kind of just pablum that, we've had forever, and that I'm sure is recycled over year after year after year. I don't know, but it didn't really speak to, I think what we were hoping for when we put the board goals together. And this is before Superintendent Ficardi and you joined. This is with Penny. And, but I would like, obviously, I believe that we have certain requirements where we need to approve these in a certain time frame. So I'm fine with approving this, but I would just like to get a commitment that over the summer that we renew our dedication to taking a look at this. Because my concern is, and although I think that there's been substantial improvement over the past couple of years, but I still don't believe that the board has the visibility that we need into safety issues at the school, and would like to figure out a better reporting mechanism for that.
Have you, and maybe this is a deeper conversation for another day, is there a particular dashboard or school site that you've seen something at that you like how it's done, or is this something you want me to research and bring back?
How I like how it's done?
Yeah.
I didn't go through every single one.
No, you're asking for a dashboard, right?
Yes.
What I'm asking is, have you seen a dashboard at some other district that maybe you might want me to consider being a piece that we would implement here, or do you want me to go out and go research this and come back with what that would look like for a...
I don't know whether that exists, but I know that in the goal that we put together, we actually were very specific about the things that we wanted to see. And so if we just go back in the goal, because see, the issue is that we really don't have reporting around incidents. And although I don't want to be specific here, but I think that the people that are here know what I'm talking about is prior to our current principal at the junior high school, there were some things that were going on, some very serious things that caught everybody by surprise, including the superintendent, including Penny. And so I think that what we've learned is, and I'm sorry, I may not be using the right terms, but I think that there's been some things that have been going on that the information has been suppressed. And I think that if we mandate that certain categories of things need to be documented and then somehow summarized so that it comes into the board, that's going to address that. And I can't obviously go into more detail because they're sensitive matters, but I think that there's been things that are going on that if we had greater, at least transparency at the superintendent, staff, board, or here cabinet board level, that it would allow us to take more proactive action on important things that are happening.
Okay, I've got some ideas. Let me maybe run some thoughts by you and see if we're on the same page or if I'm just like tired. I'm not catching on.
No, I understand. And so, and again, I'm not trying to hold anything up, and again, I'm not trying to again, cast aspersions or anything like that. I'm just saying that this is an issue that's been going on for many years, many years, and it is a goal, but it hasn't been the top priority for us right now. But I'm hoping that we can revisit it when we get back together in the summer.
Thank you.
May I make a comment? In preparation to bring these to you tonight, I actually watched what she said last year in regards to the safety plans. We spent an extensive amount of time looking over the safety plans, aligning them across the district, cleaning them up, getting them much more comprehensive than they were in the past. You also mentioned some in regards to where are we, what is our impact, and what is our data into the safety that we are doing. So I did just want to share some of the following data with you that in 23-24, our overall suspension rate was 414. We're currently at 120. In fights, we had 179 last year. We're at 54. For cyberbullying, we're at 9. We are at 11. For defiance, we are at 27. We are at 0. Our chronic absenteeism is lower than it was before. So I think we're headed in the right direction.
Love it.
As well as, I just want to say, I prepared as listening to you and sharing a much more comprehensive approach with alignment across districts or all school sites for safety that wasn't there before.
And let me make an apology in that I didn't go deep. I only really looked at one or two, and I didn't go deep, and so I may have glossed over it. And so I don't want to discredit any work that you've been doing. And it sounds like you are, because the only part that I just didn't see was, okay, so how is this now rolling up into more of a dashboard? But it sounds like you're thinking about that, so maybe we're more on track than we thought.
I think you are, and I think if you look at your SARC reports and what your SARC reports are saying too, that were the item before this, you have a whole new look to your SARC report than what you've ever seen before as well. And we're quite proud of the work that's been done. We did bring on a agency partner to help us with that, to make sure that we were capturing the right kinds of data, and that we were taking that load off of our principals, so that we made sure that we had the accuracy. Again, I think it's really great work. I think we're moving in the right direction, and I have no problems creating some sort of a report card that shows how we're doing.
Okay.
I don't know what that quite looks like, but it's like something that's like kind of like in my head, because I do think we have some real data that we were actually tracking and paying attention to.
Sounds like a study session. Okay, great.
Okay. Thank you so much for your.
We have to approve this, right?
Please.
Yes,
Yeah.
we will.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
You want to sit here? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You don't keep it all night long. I'm sorry, all night long.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Could I get a motion to approve 13.8? Please.
I make a motion to approve 13.8.
Thanks, Member Aguiano. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Block. Ms. Lemus, could I have a roll call?
Member Hill.
Yes.
Member Aguiano.
Yes.
Member Block.
Yes.
Vice President Thomas.
Yes.
President Jones.
Yes.
5 ayes.
Motion carries. Thank you. We are now at 13.15, Ms. Parks.
Okay, I'm bringing back the minutes again, and I appreciate the fact that they now include who was nominated for the various positions for 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, but 5.6 through 5.12, they were not altered to include in the motion the names of the individuals that were appointed to the committee. It still stands as they were in the previous minutes. Up to you, your minutes, but they don't reflect a proper nomination with the names attached in the nomination.
Which numbers? I'm sorry. 5.6
through 5.12.
Okay, thank you. That's on me. That's on me. Okay, thank you. All right, could I get a motion to approve the minutes with the, oh, I guess we have to pull this and make the corrections.
It's already pulled,
Okay, it's already pulled.
so I think you just need to bring it back.
All right, we will bring back the minutes of December 17th on February 18th. Member Block, did you want to say something? What?
It's for reps, the representatives.
For the organization, for the, yeah.
Yeah, so appointment of board member representatives. So does that need to be at the top?
Well, let me just look at it.
I have them bolded.
Yeah, I guess we just have to appointment of,
Bolded and
yep, they're there. They're just apparently,
because they're not right at the very beginning.
yeah, I'm thinking that's all it is. Okay, we'll talk offline.
Yeah.
All right, so we are now at Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, and debriefs. I'll start really quickly. Member Joy Lee already just stated that Member Thomas and I had gone with her to meet with student board members. We had 12, I want the board to know, we had 12 teacher staff nominations. And some of those students also filled out an application prior. They applied as well as they were nominated. And we had 8 or 9 of them come to the lunch yesterday to get the information. And probably 4, maybe 5 of them said that they would be running. So I thought it was a productive time. They asked good questions. We gave them some information. Member Lee helped out a lot with just kind of talking a little bit more about what she does as the student board member. And that is the only update that I have. Member Hill, do you have any updates?
I don't have any updates, but I do have a request. And the request is that, you know, we've had various discussions about property, et cetera. And there is kind of an ad hoc facilities committee that both Member Thomas and I have been kind of included on. But I think given that we're at the point now where, as I think Member Thomas is describing, it's a jigsaw puzzle. And I know that in the liaison meeting that we had last week, the mayor brought it up and others have brought it up. I think that we want to really organize something more formal and really kind of have a 7-Eleven Brown Act committee. And what I'd like to suggest, and which really looks at the entire picture and helps us put together a strategy and then helps us take action. And what I'd like to suggest, I've asked some people that I know that are sort of knowledgeable in this area about, is there somebody that could maybe just come in and describe the process to the board and so that we can understand it a little bit better. Some people already know more of the details, maybe others don't, but that this would be a presentation that would orient the board. And I'd like to suggest again, just to have sort of a, somebody that's really kind of, not really been so much involved in our affairs. But the recommendation that came to me was this firm called Orbach, Huff, and Henderson. And they have worked with a lot of different school districts, and they do 7-Eleven committees. And if the board is willing to, authorize us to go coordinate to have somebody come in and speak with us, that'd be great. So that's my only request.
Can I wait, you're talking about that, so we have talked with Lozano and Smith also about this as well. I have also talked with Orbach and Huff, and I've worked with both parties before on similar type things. So I can give proposals and bring those back. I think, or you may ask that they come and do a presentation, or maybe the committee might want to meet both of them before you do that and figure out if there's a recommendation that you'd like to be able to make to the board. But I think that would be my recommendation to you, is that you take the time to meet with both, and then you learn a little bit about their strategies, and then the services that they would actually offer, and what that process would look like, and timelines, which can be short or long, depending on, what the board's desire is for input on the process, right? So,
maybe we could have, if the board agrees, we could ask both representatives from both firms to come forward and give a quick little intro, and then we could make a decision about, what seems interesting to us and whether we want to move forward with anything.
yeah, so normally I think you would do that like in a subcommittee of the board to be able to sit there and make the recommendation back to the board. But if you want to do an open session, I think I'd have to talk with both legal firms to see how they feel about that, because they are legal firms.
Correct, they are, yeah. Okay, so why don't you come back to, I know that Member Thomas and I are on this committee, so you just come back and let us know.
Yeah. But I will say they are both very reputable firms and would do good service by our district.
Okay, so that's my only request.
Okay. Member Aguiano, do you have anything for tonight? We have 23 minutes, not even, to go back into closed session. And we have a long discussion, just to warn you.
No, just thank you for the time. Thank you guys for being here and really just listening and giving feedback. It's really positive. We need that. Sometimes we're not in the knowing, and that's good that you guys clarify a lot of things that we need, especially for the audience that was here, the public, the comments. Really appreciate their times taken away from their families, for them to be here to advocate for, what they believe in. And that's our children's future. So we want to go ahead and make sure that we acknowledge the public and individual staff, you guys also being here. Really appreciate your expertise in sharing, the data, the information needed. Thank you.
Member Block.
I know we have a time crunch, so sorry, didn't have my mic on. I know we have a time crunch, so I would just like to echo Member Anguiano's comments, and I'll cede my time.
Okay. Member Thomas?
The only thing I'd like to announce is that I've been talking with our CBO, and we will be scheduling an audit committee meeting, and it looks like the audit will be completed before the extension period, so pretty quickly, right? So we'll be meeting with the auditor, and we will have a meeting hopefully in the next week or two.
Okay. Superintendent's concluding remarks, or do you want to do that?
No, I'd like to do that right now.
First, okay.
Thank you. So if I could just, first of all, I want to thank staff for all your work that you've done in preparing for this. This has been very difficult. Just as difficult as it was to hear the public comments and the testimony that was given this evening by so many members of our NUSD family, staff, community. We know that these are very difficult decisions that our board is going to have to embark upon making. It does not come easy, And I know that it's very personal for so very many people that were sitting out in the audience today. It's also personal to our students, and I know it's personal to our board, who is committed to the endeavor of making sure that we have the best and most effective and quality education service available here in Newark. And so I just want to thank everybody for your time this evening, and just let you know that this is hard. This is hard work. And we know that there are lives that are attached to some of the recommendations that we're making. And what I would ask is that everybody be very respectful of the process and think about who's on the other side when you're talking about comments or asking, why not this or why not that. It's something that we all take very seriously, and it was done with a very heavy heart as we had to make some of these decisions. That concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you so much. The only thing I would like to just say thank you so much for hanging in there, for all your information, the hard work that you have put forth. Ms. Allard, I appreciate you being willing and open to us putting off the LCAP presentation. I know you spent a lot of time working on that. So thank you for being willing to do that. And Mr. Catania, thank you so much for all of the work that you put into yours. It was helpful. You did a great job of explaining things to us, so we appreciate that very much. At this point, we will go back into closed session for about 19 minutes in order to hit our 1 o'clock. And then we'll come back out to report out anything at that time.
Not early.
We're returning from second closed session, our extended closed session. No decisions or actions were taken at this time. And I am going to adjourn the meeting at 1:06 a.m. Thank you.